Now we're ready.
Okay, so go ahead, Sandy, why don't you start?
I'm Sandy Plessner, Selectman.
I'm Rick Vandenberg from Crederi Associates.
I'm Rick Patton with Crederi Associates.
Joyce Fulweiler, Town of Tilton.
Jennifer Martz, New Hampshire DES. Kathy Steinberg, US EPA.
Joe Jessman, Selectman here in Tilton.
Chuck Mitchell, Conservation Commission.
Al
And Tilton.
Bland, Selectman.
Catherine Dawson, Selectman.
Pat Constantino, Selectman. Rick?
One of them.
Jim Bouchard, Quantum Construction Consultants for River Trail.
Lisa Martin, Not that lady in the back.
We are blonde in the back
Yeah,
hiding.
she looks
Excuse
a
me,
little
ma'am.
dangerous.
Okay. Rick, why don't you turn the meeting over to you?
I think there's the point of today's meeting is really just to get things kicked off and make sure that we have sort of direction and approach, and we're all in agreement with how we're moving forward with the approach and schedule for implementing the Ernie's cleanup project. I want to start off from Rick and myself. We're very excited to be working with you guys and really appreciate it. It's, I know there's a lot of competition for this work, and so we do really appreciate it, and I've enjoyed working with you folks and look forward to continuing the project. I think the first thing to do is to go over the EPA checklist that we handed out, and that's just a way, it's the, basically it's EPA's list that shows what each of the tasks are that need to be done as part of the grant, and then it can just be a way to make sure that we understand what needs to be done moving forward. So I'll just start from the top and just work our way down. It's a site must be enrolled in an appropriate state response program. That is. Can you explain, does that need to be through the covenant not to sue or just through participation?
You're already,
Okay, so
you have a DES number, so it's done.
Okay, good.
It's already on the program.
Okay, the state project manager is Jen Martz, who is here. The assist EPA in complying with Historic Preservation Acts for site cleanup, and that's something that we will do and would need to get done before the building comes down too. That was something that I didn't put in the email. But given that site, it's not like we're dealing with a historic building. It's just a formality that we need to submit to the. I assume we submit to the state. They come back. They say there's no issue, and then it would submit to you.
Yes. Yeah. You have to go through your state historic preservation office and submit whatever preliminary forms they have for evaluation of the building. Someone may have evaluated it already.
Yeah.
There might be a file on it. There may not be. If not, someone will come out and determine if it has any historical significance. And typically, it's, for a building like that, there'd be a finding of no action, and then it would go to our file where we would just say, okay, you've met the requirements under the grant. The grantee, being the town of Tilton, has to meet the requirements of the National Historic Preservation Act. Right. And that's, the consultation process. That has to be undertaken.
Okay.
Now, question. We have already assembled through our Conservation Commission and just historical information here at the town hall, all the information that would need to go to our state office of cultural and historical resources.
Okay.
So how do you want us to transmit that? To give everything to you and you bless it?
Why don't we, there's a form that needs to be filled out for the state, and so whatever the requested information is, we can ask you for that and then send that to us. Do you know, has that process started for the DOT funding too? Because I think there's a similar process that would have to, I don't know if you folks for historic preservation, if that's been...
On the trail aspect, no, we have not started that yet because we have a couple of trails that go.
Okay. So it's possible that we can get that started, at least for our property, and then that information, you can just reference that part too.
There's a possibility we have two alternates. One includes your property, one includes DOT property.
Okay. Great.
Potentially.
All right, so I'll get that form and send that to you. And then I'll work with Kathy and and assemble the information we have here at the town hall.
You want us to do the form, or did you see?
Oh, you can do the
Okay, we'll
form,
do
but
it.
I'm going to get all the information for you.
Okay.
Whatever I have, I'll give to you.
Okay. Community relations spokesman, will that be you, Joyce?
That will be myself and the selectmen. And we'll work in conjunction with, conjunction with WRTA, because this is, they're going to help us do all the, work.
I thought I saw the hand go to Selectmen, right?
No, your name's on the grant.
Okay. One of the first tasks that we also need to do is a community relations plan. We have a template that we can work off of. We'll submit it, send it, we'll do the first draft, we'll send it to you. And we can get that kind of in process. It's fairly basic. It'll have one meeting, prior to implementing cleanup activities. It'll just be a public meeting. It can be part of one of your normal selectmen's meeting. It probably makes the most sense as opposed to having a separate meeting. And then we would include in that having another meeting while activities are going on. So it'd be two meetings associated with that. It'll also just say where information, if someone from the public wanted to look at where documents it references, I guess would be the town hall would be your office.
And on our website.
And on website, and then it'll also reference that all our information is also at the DES file room too. So EPA will provide comments on that, and then we just mentioned the information repository that will be in Joyce's office.
And you can just send that to me electronically when you put that together and get it approved through the town. Send it to me electronically, I'll review it, and then send an electronic response back that either with comments or it's approved as is.
Okay, great. The analysis of brownfields cleanup alternatives, that's sort of the evaluation of how we're going to clean up the site, and that is also, once we have a draft that's approved by you folks, by the committee, the DES, and the EPA, it goes out to a 30-day public comment period. That's going to focus on the arsenic, the soils outside, and then the covering is what we're proposing right now, but it'll evaluate soil covering with soil removal and compare those costs. The removal of the building we will have as a presumptive remedy, and that was when discussions with EPA and DES that was going to be acceptable, that the building's just going to have to come down, there's no alternative to it, and that's going to, hopefully, which is our next agenda item, but then allow us to move forward with that. The town will have to do a 30-day, once the draft has been done, approved by everyone, there's notice in the newspaper that it's available for 30 days, and then we'll announce when that first public meeting is going to occur. Just to start about timing, it seems we want to focus mostly on getting the building down first, and then we'll start on the community relations plan and ABCA. Normally, we'd start first with the community relations plan, then the ABCA, but just with winter coming, so it's good that'll just be what's second. So just to put things in perspective, so likely these drafts will be, we're hoping to get this done in sometime in December, but that might get pushed with holidays and stuff like that, because this work isn't going to be done until the spring anyway, so we don't really have as big of a time crunch. So I've already talked about that as far as who reviews it. We will incorporate any comments we receive during the 30-day comment period, and then we will then prepare, the next task is prepare bidding documents for the soil removal, and then as well as soil covering system, whether or not it gets integrated with the bridge design or whether or not that's handled separately. That'll be the third.
We haven't really discussed the AUR aspect of this, but
Right.
I personally would prefer not to have one.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like there's a lot of soils anyway, but we all know how that works out sometimes.
Right.
Surprise, surprise.
We would have to look, because when you look at fills, sometimes it can be all over the place, and like you can have areas that are clean, then that's not clean, and so I mean, I guess that's part of our analysis. Actually, we can pull that together and what we think, for removal of all the soil can be, and look at that cost. My feeling is it's going to be difficult with the existing grant, but we can look at it.
Thank you.
So the DES will review the engineering plans. This says that then, it says that well, I guess we could receive an approval to move forward, but to be honest, we haven't done a lot of, like, written,
It depends on what you're doing. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, it depends on what the remedial technology is. If it's something
Right.
that requires design plans, then that's going to be, if it's just a soil excavation,
right. It's just
you already have the...
more bidding documents than design.
Right. So I think, it really depends on what that remedial alternative is at the end of the day.
What we could do is our analysis of brownfields cleanup alternatives, which is usually just deciding what alternative works best, can also include another component on the back end, which is kind of the plan, a little bit more of a remedial action plan, like the department usually asks for.
Right.
Especially if it ends up being, if the selected alternative ends up being something as simple as soil removal, it can very easily be done as a part of that plan in a supplemental section that would satisfy your requirements.
Yeah, so as long as the state requirements are satisfied,
Yep.
the order in which they come into us,
Yep.
but,
So in this case, it would be jointly, they would be
that
together.
would be okay, as long as we're all in agreement that that's
Yeah.
the right remedy, that would work.
So then, what we would do is, it says submit budget. I think what we would do is put it out to bid and get a hard budget, and that way we would be approved for the eligibility of those costs that we have. And then for EPA approval, and basically what that does is it says this is what the cleanup money, this is what we're doing, this is what the budget is and the costs that we have from contractors, and EPA reviews it to make sure that it does meet, they're all eligible costs. So the next thing is quality assurance project plan. What a quality assurance project plan is, it's EPA's way of ensuring that the data that we're collecting is actually defensible, has enough quality assurance, quality control is adequate for the work that we're doing. So that's one of the few things or technical documents that EPA reviews very thoroughly, and it's before you go out to do any of the work. And it says basically, this is the work that we're doing, this is how we're going to confirm that this work is actually being done appropriately. So that's what's the quality assurance project plan. They have EPA has their chemists, I guess, that review it and look at, is it appropriate or not. And so that's what that will be the third submittal that we will have. One of the things that we want to talk about, and maybe we can talk about as part of the next task, is the QAP has to be done for the building removal and for the larger property. Does it make sense to try to do the whole thing in one review? Does it make sense to try to break it up into two or not? And we'll kind of we can talk about that as the next, for the building removal, the asbestos air clearance sampling.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's open for discussion if you want to do a smaller, quicker
Yeah.
one under that, because they're both site-specific QAPs. You already have a generic QAP approved.
Correct.
So, yeah, the timing is
Yeah.
depending on how rushed you are and
Okay.
Probably go
So
more
is
quickly.
the SSQ APP and this QAP, is that the
Yes.
same thing?
Yeah, basically what we have is we have a statewide quality assurance project plan that the DS has already reviewed, that this has all of our general procedures. This is the lab sampling. This is how we document things. These are field
At your-
procedures.
your
For our company,
organization. Okay.
has been approved. So now what we have to do is give the site-specific information, so it's a much smaller. The QAP is like this, is this big. So the site-specific quality assurance plan provides the site-specific information saying, these are the number of samples on the site, this is the site, and so it's a way to streamline the process.
Okay, so you're going to do two
Well, we already have the quality assurance project plan is done.
is done.
So for the site-specific, that's what we have to decide, and I guess, it makes sense if we have to do like a full SSQAP with all the background information, everything for both of it. We think we would rather just combine it into one, but I wasn't sure if it's possible, since it's just air clearance sampling that follows a very strict, New Hampshire regulation. Is there a simpler one that we can do that says, we're removing this as air sampling as per DS, that can get reviewed quicker and approved quicker, I guess, is what the
yeah, I
comment.
think that's possible. I think you need to talk to Nora Conlon and just describe this. I mean, I can have that conversation with you. to describe that kind of, because the sampling you're talking about for the demolition is very discreet, very prescriptive.
Right.
And it's not something that, you probably would have any variances or comments. I think that I've seen that before, where the types of QAPs that are done for building demo, air sampling they're very straightforward. So there might be an opportunity to do something very targeted and quick, get that over with, and then the larger remediation is the soil issues, and that would be your different, larger site-specific QAP. But that's open for discussion, and whatever, I think, in my mind, whatever speeds the process up for the demolition, because being mindful of the town's concern about getting that building down as quickly as possible, so
Okay.
that's something we can talk about,
Okay, no, I think that makes sense.
Just because I think that we have decided or found out that it's appropriate to go ahead with taking the building down without doing the ABCA, but we're still going to do an ABCA for the soil removal and that stuff, it might seem out of place to give them an SS QAP ahead of time that includes what we're going to do for soil removal.
That would be my concern, because if you haven't had that whole process thought through,
Right, right.
then you're going to have to go and do, addendum after addendum. I don't really want to do that.
Yeah, you don't really know all the specifics yet on the soil removal, because you haven't gotten to that phase of the cleanup, so you might want to think about just doing that very specific QAP for the demolition phase and then going forward. But again, we'll talk that through and see what makes sense time and money-wise.
Okay. So once that's approved, we'll have our budget approved, we'll be able to start all the work outside and get the soil can be removed. We'll be doing oversight of the cleanup activities. We'll also ensure that the contractor is meeting the federal bidding requirements for Davis-Bacon, because they will have to still meet that for this project. So we would, at the end of the project, then we do a closure report that would get submitted to the DES and EPA, and that basically provides you the documentation that says, okay, this is what was supposed to be done, this is what the DES and EPA said needs to be done and agrees with what needs to be done, and then it shows that, yes, you did do the work in accordance with what was said, what was said to be done. And then we're done. That's the grant. Is there any questions on that?
If you write one single quality assurance thing, does that delay the removal of the building in any way?
It's a much longer document to review, and so which will likely then could generate more comments to go back and forth, I think is.
But if you're not going to remove the building until the spring, can that process take place between now or the submittal and when you would take it down anyway?
Well, we're hoping to remove it this winter. As soon as
yay. Good.
That's coming, the project is going to.
Yay.
First on the list, I'm hoping.
Yay.
Yeah, that's what, actually, we can, we will talk about that. The next thing, though, is match requirements, which was a good comment, I think, from you, Ken. Is the town has, and is it 10%? 10% match, and it was going to be used through in-kind services. As part of that, there has to be tracked the hours, and the hours that are being done by everyone. Folks like this meeting will count towards the match work. That, I guess, Kathy, how far back can they do when they're looking at the site for when things could be considered part of the match, I guess?
It's a good question. Well, the cooperative agreement was signed in August. I can't remember if you guys came in for pre-award costs.
Yes, we did.
You did. So if you came in for pre-award costs, I think that you could go back to July 1st and count the activities, because
All those inspections, we get to count.
yeah, they came
Okay.
in for pre-award, and so that was July. That would be incurring cost under the grant as of July 1.
Okay.
So those are costs that are eligible to be drawn down from our bank account, if you will, but there also allows you that time frame for the meter to be ticking for, working on your match requirements.
Matching.
Yeah, so I'd say July 1 would be reasonable. And again, just everything has to be eligible costs for the match. So, this is a meeting, a community meeting, this is an eligible cost. You have to have costs that are eligible under the grant in general, to count as the match for in-kind services. And most of it would be community relations, community meetings. I don't know if there's materials or any other types of services that the town envisions putting forward as part of the match.
The continuing obligations is really what they've been doing for the last month. What that is, making sure the site is secure, and so that would be an eligible cost too,
Right.
and that was what you were saying.
Yeah.
But I think the work, they stabilized the building, I guess, over a year ago.
Yeah, so that
it
wouldn't
Yeah.
Okay.
So
What
with
about
the
the
time,
interviews?
with the time
The
to
interview process, those are not, no, they're not.
force us up around it this year?
I would have to check the date on when Dennis
that
did
was
that,
put up.
when that was done.
Because it was late August.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Late July, August.
Yeah, we had some real problems with people trying to use the site for other purposes.
Yes.
What we can do, and it seems, Joyce, it would make sense for you to sort of actually, even though we can do it, I think since you're here and seeing with everyone, for you to keep track, but we can do a
I do.
spreadsheet that'll just have the date, the
Yeah.
name,
If you give
the
me
hour,
the format that you
hours.
want, because I've been keeping the data,
Okay,
but if you tell me what format you want it in, I'll just put it in that format.
okay. And Kathy, what is the going rate for a volunteer? I mean, like, we're going to get a certain number of hours, we need to multiply it times
Yeah.
apply a cost to it.
I don't know it off the top of my head, but I know we have some sort of formula for that. And Rick?
Federal grants have had recently.
25, yeah, we had just debated this back and forth. There's some going rate across the federal community.
Everything is more than a selectman's
But
name.
I'll send that to you, I'll send an
Okay.
email to you so you have it for your file.
Yeah, I think
I
that'd
need
be-
to just go back and do, get that citation, but I think Rick is correct on that.
Okay, that's excellent. So then, once we do that, you can keep, tracking towards that.
The other component will be, once we're ready for site development, actually, once all the dirty dirt and everything's gone, we have volunteers that are willing to come in and help with the site redevelopment.
Site restoration.
Site restoration.
Okay.
Then part of that is community, public relations
Right.
as well is going to be part of that in-kind
Yes.
that we do. Okay.
But some of my time during the day here,
Yes.
I keep track of everything that I do that's related to the trail and anything that Tim does
Right.
as our finance officer, so we're keeping track of that.
Good. Moving on, the next item is the building removal, and we did have some emails that went back and forth, and the city, the town did send a letter that has been accepted by the EPA that says you don't have to wait for the 30-day comment period and the applicant, all that work to be done. So,
The selectmen make that decision.
Oh, that was a while ago.
A while ago.
November 27th. Well, the decision was made on the
It came
20th.
back, right. We asked them to send the letter out at our last meeting that we had with,
Yeah, remember I entered your changes.
Right, I saw it in the email. I didn't
The
remember the
27th
board
it came out.
discussing it as a board.
I mean, it's just, we have approval to do it, it doesn't mean you have to do it.
Right.
The EPA has allowing you to do it.
let's do it. I'm okay with that.
There's a couple things now, is how to get in and quickest. There's many ways. One of the things the quickest way, when we did our bid, we actually have contractor costs to remove it, and we can just, you can turn us on to do it as that's one option. I know Joyce has local contractors that wanted to get bids from also, and we can get that, we can get costs from them. The only question that I have too, though, is the asbestos inside, and would those contractors be able to do the asbestos too, or would we have to do that still separately? And I guess we can do it any way that you
Does
like.
DES require special qualifications of contractors who deal with asbestos?
Yes,
Yes.
I mean, I know a
So
homeowner
that-
can remove their own.
right.
So the contractors that we go out for bid with have to have those qualifications.
Right.
So if they're
Or we can have a separate contractor that we know has the qualifications go in and remove it prior to the other contractor going on site too.
Well, but if you have one contractor do it all, you're going to pay one mobility price.
Mm-hmm.
mobilization price.
True, but we may have, I had received a request from a local contractor that said that they would be willing to donate their equipment and their time. But, once everything else had been removed, they could go in, and I explained how we have to make sure everything is separated properly so that we can pay the least amount for disposal. I said, we'll add your name to the list of people when we send out the proposals.
So once
And if your
it's
proposal
separated,
comes in 0, then give it a little bit. But he didn't say anything about whether or not he was licensed for asbestos removal.
So we need to contact our contractors to find out if they are. And if they're not,
My sense is they wouldn't be.
I can think of a couple that may.
Yeah.
Because they work, their scope of work is much larger than Belknap County even, so.
That they would be able to remove these. Is it just the asbestos? What about the lead paint?
Well, the lead is just
We have
is a
a
disposal
drum. We
issue,
have a
and the
drum.
drum would have to be, but they should be able to contract that out, too, so.
So there are no PCBs, I can't remember.
No.
if we have local people that are willing to donate, it cuts the cost down considerably,
And it cuts the time.
and it cuts the time.
So do we have an RFP to get this?
To get it moving?
No, that's what we have to do.
What we've done, especially this is going to be a very small task, is since our contract is through met federal bidding requirements, it would be possible for us to contract out those other items. That's what we've done on other projects, and it saves from having to go out to bid, take the time, because we will be bidding the other items that come up as part of the project. Just our costs that we contract to do the asbestos, the building removal, disposal, and everything, we're talking about $35,000 was what a budget that we have for everything. So in the grand scheme of environmental projects, that's actually very low.
So how do we move forward from here? Do we contact the contractors and see if they have asbestos certification, or
We can do that.
Well,
we need to move quickly?
I'm just thinking what's going to be the quickest, I guess,
Right.
for
Yeah.
me. And the quickest is since you already have your
I think cost
your
effective.
approval.
Yeah.
I think cost
You're
has to
already-
take
yeah.
priority. We shouldn't be in so much of a hurry that we don't consider cost.
The end result, we want it to look like what we saw, a green area that's going to be like. And if we use all the costs up front, and we could save a few dollars this way, I'd prefer to do it that way. I mean, if it means putting it off a week or two to do that, then I'm with Catherine. I'd rather be more cost-effective and have the end result much better than come to the end and say we don't have enough to put in a green area and make it look like that we have.
Is though a question might end up being at this time of year, is whether or not you can get the building down before the snow comes.
Right.
And if you're going to hold off and say, well, let the snows come if we're going to save $5,000, and that means the cleanup may not happen until spring, so I think you got to weigh a couple more than just cost.
And if the building does
Key
cave in, the
factor.
cost might be higher, because you're going to have to then separate
I
out
don't
these.
think
The only thing holding up one side of that building is a
been
tree.
contracted for 30 years. And trust me, snow doesn't stop a hole being dug and concrete put in and construction to continue.
No, I meant for the asbestos abatement. It makes it more complicated.
So let's just get her done, but consider cost as well. I mean, let's move forward from here.
Right. The
It's
other thing,
simple
too,
enough
is
to
just our process that we use for the board to do RFPs and do the interviewing and then make your decision, and then you have more questions, and that, I mean, that, we know that's...
We're the Board of Selectmen, we can circumvent that.
You can circumvent your own.
Absolutely.
What do you
We have
recommend?
extenuating circumstances.
Well, it's a safety issue.
Right.
It's been a safety issue. Come on, we need to get it down.
My recommendation would be to, because it's talking time and getting, me contacting all the local contractors. Do you have your asbestos removal certificate? And, come, we're going to have a site walk, and, this
time, and we don't have time.
I think my opinion is, obviously it's your decision, it's worth phone calls to see, do they have both? And I think if they have both, we can easily, quickly get them out to bid on the removal. We have the asbestos work. It would be a kind of a limited bid, wouldn't be the formal bid package that we might do for larger abatement projects, but it'll still have the asbestos, survey. They'll see we'll meet them and see the building. That way, at least we can still get their costs.
Okay, and then...
If they can do both. I think if they only do one,
What about the drum removal? Is that something completely separate? We have to hire, like, what is it, Eastern Shores or something like that to remove that?
No, the contractor should be able to do that.
Remove the drum, okay.
Let me just, if they don't do the asbestos, it would make sense to have someone else do the asbestos in the drum, and that's like an environmental contractor. The cost that we have is from Empro Environmental Services, who are out of is it Pembroke? Pembroke. And to do that cost, and then if you want to bid the building demolition, if you want to go with the contractor who's going to donate time, that's also very good.
Oh, he just offered that. I don't even
And that
know if
also
that's
goes to your
someone the
match.
selectmen
That
would
also
be.
go towards your match, too.
Right. But I was thinking, if that contractor was willing to donate time, maybe some of our other contractors would be willing to give us a bit better.
But if they're just donating time, what kind of a cost is there going to be on removal of the material as far as where they take it and what it's going to cost us to get rid of it?
Right. I mean, I don't know. I
Yeah.
just throw that out.
It sounds to me like it's getting a little convoluted. We should
Yep.
just straightforward go with and
Yep.
let them go out with it and do it.
We have to think of all these other costs. I mean,
The other thing, too, is if he's willing to donate time, on the site restoration, that would be a much better
Yes.
benefit to the town to ask if he'd be willing to do that on that
Because
part.
he has an excavator and things
Yeah.
like that, so.
So-
I mean, I don't even know
We could
this
use them at
gentleman, he
the
just
other
called
end.
up.
So if you got rid of the asbestos and then we had a local contractor get rid of the building, now the building doesn't have to meet the hazardous materials. That's just
Right,
demo
other
based,
people can
right?
do it. I would still, though, it would be nice just to get it down to show progress. You know what I mean? I'm not saying once it's out, I would still move forward to get it done.
Oh, yes, I agree, but I'm just saying, once you get the asbestos out, then could you use a local to take the rest of the building down, because then you don't have to meet a hazardous requirements, because then you've already removed that. Because now it's just demo material.
How soon would your Enpro from Pembroke be able to go in there and get rid of the asbestos?
They'd be able to do it as soon as the SS QAP is, within that time of being approved, so. When is because they're working for us in Franklin, so they'd be able to.
Tentatively scheduled to potentially work in Franklin as early as next week, depending on approvals. And then they said that they could be available to go out and do this project following that. So within a few weeks.
And that's enough time to get the quack, I hate that word. I don't even agree.
So you've done that before, where you hire a different contractor to take out the hazardous material, and then we would get a local contractor then to come in and demo the building, but to our specs, how we'd want things separated, and they have to tell us where they're disposing of it, and what would we do?
We are simplifying things just a little bit, and not much, but there's asbestos there, but there's also universal and hazardous waste in small quantities that are underneath the building. It's a little complicated because the roof is partially collapsed, and the two of the layers on the roofing are asbestos, and most contractors can't, even like an Enpro, they can't even work on the roof. They're going to have to get the roof situated and safe such that the asbestos can be removed from the roof. And so that might involve lifting part of the roof in big pieces off and setting it on the ground, and then having the asbestos removal company come in. And then while you take the roof off, you can make the sides of the building safe, so then some of the asbestos from within the building can come out, along with some of that universal and hazardous waste. So it's a little unfair to say once we remove the asbestos, we're free and clear.
Right.
It's a little bit
You might be
it is a
adding
little
more
bit
costs onto it.
complicated. I think we just need to say that.
Right. I think,
It
Rick,
should drive your decision-making. I just want to make it so you can understand
Yeah.
for decision-making.
I think that makes sense, that I think you're going to wind up spending more money because this, again, this is such in our world, this is such a small component of cleanup projects that splitting it in half, you're going to wind up costing more money than having the same contractor. So maybe kind of talking it through is ask the contractors who can do both. If there's some who can do both, then we can get costs from them. And I don't think that would be, we can meet them on site, we can tell them this what it is. So it won't be it'll be it wouldn't be a public bidding process, it'll be a select bid. We would do it to the contractors that we know can do the work, and it wouldn't be, we would work directly to get their costs and see what it is. I would think if they don't do it, then it might, I think it makes sense to hire one person who can do it. Jen, do you agree with that?
I do agree. I think having one contractor will probably it'll probably go much more quickly, and I think it might be less expensive. Because you do bring up a good point about
Yeah, I didn't
you can't
think of
just
that.
take off one or two pieces of asbestos. I mean, kind of it's
There's
throughout
a little
the
bit of
building.
staging involved.
Yeah.
And it's not terribly complex, but it just adds a little additional element to it.
Right.
It's just easier for the contractor to just dispose of it while they're doing the asbestos.
Okay, so the only license or certificate they would need is just asbestos removal? What specifically, what credentials am I asking for?
Right, well,
Specifically?
I'll email the specific license that
Okay.
they need, and then their contractors would need, lead awareness training too. Their employees. And I want to say it's a licensed asbestos abatement contractor, I think.
So
it
we
is.
don't really want to wait a long time before we get those answers.
Oh, I know, that's what I'm saying. Today is the 29th.
Not if we have a company that's willing to come in a couple of weeks and
Right.
do the job.
Well, it sounds like, if you can make the calls tomorrow, we'll know.
Yep,
It shouldn't take long to get an answer.
right.
It's either yes or no. You can either do both or you can't do
We have
both.
a
Can you
couple of
give me your
contractors.
list of people that you have, and I've got
I have
my
a
list.
couple I can think of, yeah.
Okay.
So is
And,
that-
it would have to be tomorrow afternoon.
Is it outside, I thought Crederi was going to be sort of your overall contractor and doing all the subcontracting arrangements for all the aspects of the cleanup, but are you saying you're pulling part of it out because,
Because we had an opportunity for donation.
okay, all right, okay. But you'll be coordinating quickly with them, because they're the
yeah.
ones who have to put the quap together.
It'll all be
yeah,
under
oh,
them.
yeah.
They'll all be under them. They'll meet with them, they'll talk to them. If
Yeah.
they don't feel they're qualified, then they're not.
Okay.
It's that simple.
Right,
It's that simple.
all right.
All right,
Don't
so if I
complicate
do
it,
that tomorrow,
because otherwise something could fall
And,
off the table.
Monday morning, and then contact you, then we can go from there.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yeah?
But do I want them to actually produce their documentation?
Yes,
Oh, yeah. They can
definitely.
email, they can give you at least the license number that you can verify with, it must be DES.
I was going to say, in the land use office, once that rule
is a license.
passed, when they would come in to get demo permits, if they didn't have their license for the asbestos remediation, we wouldn't give them a permit. They had to produce it.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's the last thing we need is somebody to come out.
Right, say they are, and they're not. Yeah.
Yeah, there goes our grant.
Yep. So,
That'd be a good one to explain.
yeah.
Even writes fast.
Well, I figured he's being fast
So when-
because that
when-
little tree holding up that building is getting right.
So when the contractor is there and he's
We
got
should at
his
least decorate
big
it.
demo container set up and he's, clean wood and whatever, then what is that process of how do we get receipts to know where will they give us receipts to
Yeah,
let us know where
that's
they took it?
that's our role.
Okay.
So we make sure we get that.
Right, because that has to be all documented from your overall consultant to make sure, both to the state and EPA, that the material went to the proper locations, that it was properly categorized and characterized and that kind of thing. So you have, that's their expertise, is to make sure that goes.
Right.
And that'll all be in our closure report that we do at the end of the project.
Yeah, it has to go to the reports for DES.
Okay. So just the schedule then, I mean, we can be moving hopefully within 2 weeks is optimistic, but I think that's what we can shoot for if it gets a little bit later, but at least we would like to get out there in December and I think is reasonable.
Yeah,
It's wonderful.
that's fantastic.
It's great. I want to be there.
But we also
Joe wants
have
to be there.
the cultural.
Oh, you bet I do.
I do too.
Yeah, okay.
That should do this
That should be quick turnaround, because I think last project we had, they mean a turnaround in 2 days.
in 2 days.
Rip,
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong, but any contractor's bid is going to also have to do some consideration of the neighbor, like we talked about in the interview.
Right.
Yes.
You know, some protective measures, whether it's a temporary fence or something.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. And I did speak to the abutter, and
We'd already budgeted that as a part of.
He works out of
what
town.
We've talked about.
But he said next week when he's back, he'll give me a call, and I said, come on in, I'll bring you up to speed on what we're doing. And I told him we would be having some evening public meetings, but that it was important that we got his input right now, so he's going to call me next week.
Okay, great. Next one is removal of contaminated soils, our approach, and what we had, I mean, it's basically where you have to go in, remove those areas of soils. We would get a contractor cost for, basically, it's a per ton cost from contractors, which would include excavating, disposal, and then backfilling and compacting. So that would be over the winter. We'd be pulling that information together, getting that cost. I mean, it's fairly straightforward to do that. It'll be a per ton because we'll still have to figure out, you know, there might be more soils, there might be less soils associated with that. So.
And I don't know if you all recall, but it's what we're speaking about for soil removal is the lead and arsenic contaminated soil that's located, was found in a boring just off from the building.
Right.
And that's what we're talking about. We did some supplemental work around that. We submitted a report to Jen. And basically, it was a little bit inconclusive where some of the field screening that we're using the field screening instruments show that there may have been some lead and some arsenic. But the analysis that we did two sort of fences of borings around, an inner row and an outer row around that one boring. And the inner row really didn't show anything, and we had discussed in our amendment to our QAP that we were going to move and sample in a progressive manner. In other words, if the inner row showed some contaminants, we were then going to send the outer row to the laboratory. But because the inner row didn't show anything, we didn't analyze any of the outer row samples. But one or two of the borings, or two of the samples, I think, showed some lead and arsenic in that outer boring. So we're going to have to work in a sort of a stepwise fashion when we go out there to do our dig. We'll have to submit a proposal to Jennifer to come up with a plan to sort of consider that our rings of borings may or may not have been adequate. And so what we'll probably submit, and it will all be dependent on Jen's approval, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but what we'll do is we'll dig in that primary area where we know where there's contamination, and we'll do field screening again. And as soon as our margins are clean, we would likely arrange with the laboratory to send some samples for lead and arsenic over to them to be analyzed very quickly and leave that excavation in the soil on site while it happens. Get our confirmatory margin samples back, and if it's clean, great. If it's not, we need to do a little more work, then we'll do that. Lead and arsenic soil sampling is very inexpensive, so we can do a fair number of it to really get a good idea of what we have both vertically and horizontally, and that's what we would likely propose.
Yeah, I mean, tentatively, that sounds reasonable, so, I mean, we'll obviously have to look at more detail, but that's a reasonable approach to
Okay, and then likely that we'll be able to bid it the winter time, so when the snow melts, we'll be out there in the spring, so that's sort of the schedule for that. Next one is the bridge integration of our work with the bridge project.
Do you want to give us an update on what's
happening on the Northfield side?
Where we are right now is, we had a meeting with the DOT, because two alternates exist. One is to land on Ernie's property, the other one is to land on DOT property. In a meeting with the DOT has said that is possible for us to start our considerations under the guise that the property would be purchased from the DOT, that by the community. That has started. We have since been able to go out now and get authorization to do surveys on the DOT property, which is to the west of Ernie's. It's the thin strip that goes over.
The next one down.
Yes, exactly right. And so those surveys have been included topographical, physical feature, and wetlands. Those have been completed, they're being compiled. We just talked to the surveyor. We anticipate worksheets next week, and then we can continue on with our engineering study. It appears at this point that both of them are extremely viable. It's just a matter of where we go from there. But our work is limited to the riverbank area and the construction of the trails along the riverbank area, whichever way we land, for deep excavations for abutments and equipment and wing walls and things like that. So,
Do you still, though, have, like, the trail, I guess, kind of continues past the bridge?
we are going to have to continue past the bridge down along the railroad tracks on the right-of-way till we get further down and tie into where it terminates now, way down the Mayor property. What we're looking at would be the anticipation of staying on the north side of the railroad tracks, because on the south side of the railroad tracks, at the existing railroad bridge, there's not a lot of land, there's basically no land area for the trail right there. We'd have to go further. So we got to go down the north side of the tracks for a distance before we switch over.
So if on the option that lands on Ernie's, how far of a trail would you be putting? Like, I'm trying to figure out how much site work on the, I wish I have a big figure, which I didn't.
I have some visuals for you. If you
Okay.
don't mind.
Yeah, if you have it, that'd be great.
This is something that we met with the Trail Committee back in July.
Come up there, Jim.
I'm going to, thank you. We met, it's a smaller version. I can give you, we have a bigger version here too, just so everybody on the board can see. Rip, show this, so everybody can see. This is Ernie's, Route 11. What we're envisioning right now, Rip, is you had in your report, which they provided to us, a landing someplace over in here. That's our option number one, to land out in here. We would have abutments in here. From what I can see from your report, the ring of contamination is not within that area. But
Right, and just to clarify, there's two things. There's the air source area that we're going to remove and backfill, but then there's kind of like urban fills that are PAHs throughout the rest, which we're putting a cover system on, basically just making sure we have clean soil.
And that's
on top
what
of
I
it.
understood from your report. My concerns are, when we start doing abutments, if this is a selected alternative, our abutment's going to go 6 feet below the river, just for scour and frost protection. And our concern is then, what is in this area as for potentiality? The other, option two, is to site a bridge that comes off Granite Street in Northfield, comes straight across down at the old dam site, and come up along the river this way. This would all be surface trail construction, no excavation. We would be doing some, an abutment out in this area. Contamination-wise, I don't know if there's an interplay between the two parcels, because it is intersected by a stream and river, which, assuming that you had hydrocarbons or whatever in the top, the plumes might have been dissipated through.
Right, but you're also saying that the town would be acquiring this
The town is
parcel?
in the process. The town has extended a letter to the DOT Bureau of Right-of-Way through the Conservation Commission, acknowledging that they would be purchasing this piece of property.
More or less.
Right there.
More or less.
Well, I didn't bring a copy of the letter, my last correspondence, but we did say that we had other issues, but given that we had no control over this riverbank in here, we did say that we were still interested in acquiring the piece of land, and we are waiting to hear back from Phil Miles, because he was going to get this land reassessed.
Right.
And once he gets that reassessed and then comes back to the town, everyone here in the town is pretty much interested in securing the land. The question is going to be, how and when that all takes place. And so at this point, it's the kind of the ball is in Phil's court at this point for him, in order for him to move forward before we can negotiate with them on how we would acquire it, and if so, under what circumstances.
Your letter gave the DOT the assurances to allow us to go through the study
I
process.
did say that we would, that our intent was that there would be trail access and as well as a possible bridge on the property once we acquired it.
Right.
They know we
Yes.
want to negotiate with them.
Yes, so that's, I'm going to try to call Phil, by the way, today.
So in terms of just kind of in timelines, for you folks, once we have our surveys in-house for all this, we're going to initiate the process so we can bring our engineering study to completion by the end of, the start of the new year. At that point, DOT will not allow us to move forward with design and then construction documents for excavation in these areas until such time as this land has been secured from the DOT by a entity that, will allow for the trail construction. So that's where we are right now, but just to give you a semblance, that's what we're looking at.
What's the preferred option?
Overall, from our perspective as engineering consultants, option 2 is, this alternate 2 is the preferred. One is because the town of Northfield owns this land right here. It's a good siting area for construction, for direct alignment. It also has high visibility from Route 3 to see a bridge versus way down in here. We still have to go through the process, get the borings done, and go all that right now. But this would require trail construction along the railroad out here. It's a wooded area. Brand new.
Property would be on the other side of that,
I'm so sorry.
where it lands.
Who owns this property?
Patricia Howe is the landowner over in here, and the town of Northfield has secured an easement for the trail. Most of it's on the railroad, except for WRTA was very instrumental with the town to get that easement required.
And just to let you know, from our perspective, we can wait, we basically need to wait for this to be done, and there's not a rush for these final tasks. We'll still move forward with the building removal, with the kind of the hotspot removal.
Okay.
And then the final phase is really dependent on when you go, and there's not, what is the grant? Is it a 3-year?
3-year grant.
3-year
Okay.
grant, so.
We would anticipate, if everything falls logistically in place with the land transfer, Phil Miles had given a very rough ballpark figure when we met with him in October that land transfer could be approved by government and council sometime in June, July, and that would allow for construction to proceed. So,
But you wouldn't be able to start engineering documents then until that.
not unless, something
So
has happened.
construction's not
Not unless there's, something truly happens at Phil Miles, but okay, we are now in a purchase and sale agreement. At that point, they may say to us, you may be allowed to start. They have to also offer the land up to any New Hampshire public, agency first. We've got to go through that process. So, before it can finally be turned over to an entity to buy it on behalf of the town.
And just make sure whoever the entity is who acquires it still should go through their own, environmental due diligence, just same as you went for Ernie's too.
Oh, goody.
Well, at least phase 1 anyway. I mean, you just definitely need phase 1.
As I recall from our earnings phase 1, there's some history on the properties to the west. I don't know whether it's that one or not. I mean, so
Yes, there is.
that
That's the only one.
that may help you with your choice.
A phase 1 was phase 1.
Level 1 was completed.
Oh, it was.
But it would still need to be refreshed and updated prior to any kind of transfer.
From the trail's point of view, the one on your right, the green bridge, we'll
Yes.
call it, is the economical option.
Overall, it would be less economical.
Because
It'd be more
trees
economical to build it, exactly.
Shorter bridge, probably.
To build something out in here, one of the things that has to, you got to build a construction access road to get concrete trucks down, get everything in here to build this, whereas this is all open and, so that those costs disappear.
What is your, you're putting this in, you have to do design, I assume you just put a cross-section in, you have final grades, is really what your design is?
Right, we would have,
How far does it go, final grades? Do you know what I mean? And that's more, because we would have likely, well, from the environmental perspective, a lot of times what we would do is put a marker layer down of geotextile fabric, and then as long as there's a foot of clean fill or on top of this.
For all intents and purposes, Rick, since this is a very flat site out there, we would essentially call it an at-grade. We would put up, the crushed stone.
Just
and
right on.
Right on top. So therefore, any slope embankments like that, something at 4 to 1 at 6 inches, goes out a couple of feet, and that's it. We're not looking to move this out onto the edge of the riverbank such much that we have to now permit a new embankment and things like that.
Okay.
So essentially at grade, however you leave it capped or whatever, we could then just come on top. So don't go down. We just have to look at how final drainage plays into this with the trail. That's,
How close can you get to the river's edge without?
well, I mean, to be honest,
Without,
Catherine, within, assuming that if the trail can be excavated into the existing materials because it's fairly clean out there, then we can build within a couple feet of the, because we're not surcharging that bank or anything like that. We just want to stay back a little bit. We don't want to go onto the bank. If we build it up 6 inches, within 3 or 4 feet of it. The idea is to maintain the river trail.
right, and that's why I'm asking, it just seems as close as we can get without having to
We
jump through
superimposed,
hoops would be great.
we superimposed the nice the concepts that you helped generate just on here, just to get some semblance of what was going on.
Yeah, I think. Do you have the survey? Is that in CAD or?
It's coming in CAD. It will be coming.
Because we can get that would be helpful for us to have
We
that.
certainly can provide it, yeah. We have, all this has been surveyed and all this isn't surveyed, like I said, it's just now starting to, it'll be coming in.
Now, can I ask, with the DOT funding, and if there was additional, I guess I don't know, is that funding is set, and that's why you have to look at doing this? I mean, I'm wondering if there's additional funds, can they be used for, because our cleanup money, might not cover, we don't quite know, everything, or can we, incorporate, obviously, the more DOT would pay for it, probably the better from the town.
The process under DOT is the engineering study would identify a couple of alternatives for the bridge, a couple of the trails, identify opinions of project cost, we'd base it on the itemized cost, but it's all relative to either constructing this scheme or this scheme, and if this scheme is built to construct this trail, at this time, I can't speak, and I would not envision DOT would say, yeah, we'll give you some more money for anything over here, because that's not typically their policy.
Okay.
It has to be directly related to this project.
But I would think you would still have to include any environmental measures for the construction of the trail.
Yes.
In the original grant,
I can see Rip's mind go.
in the original grant, there was a subsection of budget talked about bringing the integration of the new bridge into site grades on the other side and providing cover. So there's some money that can be used to do that cover layer.
Right.
That will help with that.
So I think it's where I'm going, is the more we can help the town out with their project, the better, but
I have a
if we
feeling
can.
that's where you were going.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. I like that.
I think this is a good, we have time, obviously, to figure stuff out, but I think that gives us a good overview.
Hopefully by the end of December, we can
The other thing, just to be clear on, is there's not going to be 2 trails.
Right.
It's going to be 1 trail.
So you connect
This
to
was
here.
the old drawing.
Right.
This one's going to connect into there somehow, or this one connects into there somehow.
Right.
If you would like, I'm going to give you 2 copies of that for both of you gentlemen. EPA or DES?
I would like to share. Thank you.
Conservation Commission would like a copy.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Catherine, anybody else?
Yes,
Catherine
please.
would like one.
I'll put one
I
right
said,
in.
yes,
This
Catherine
is
would
our-
like one.
Albert?
this is- oh,
We got
thanks,
plenty.
John. I'll give it to Joyce.
At what point do we have to have a final design for Ernie's?
Just within we have plenty of time, so we have it's a 3-year window to spend the money, so it's not,
And my next question is, are you going to create a timeline for us?
am I going to? I can easily for the first 2 tasks. This seems to be more of a, we're waiting on other people.
So are we going to wait for our project to tie this one in? That's what you're saying? Is that what we're
I
doing?
think it makes sense, because if we can try to understand their project better and they can understand our project better, I think we might be able to get more efficiencies that way. It doesn't mean once things are finalized, we can go ahead. I think what you're saying is, can we go and just do the cover system and they just put the trail on top of it? It is a possibility, but I think we want to make sure we understand where that is.
So they can be integrated. So we can do up to that point and then,
But really, once we determine how much contamination we have on that site, I mean, we might be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, and we'll go ahead and remove the hotspot areas, so.
Right.
You're right.
and
The
that,
remainder is our PHs, which are urban fill,
Right.
which are not, DES doesn't regulate
They're not
urban
regulated,
fill.
right.
So those are, like the cover
Right.
you're going to produce.
The way we look and approach things is there's certain things that DS doesn't regulate, because I think if they regulated it, it would be large. A lot of urban areas just get from coal and... But the health risks are still the health risk, whether or not it came from urban fills or not. So even though they can't regulate it, they're not saying or trying to... And we're not saying that it's not an issue. It has a health risk. You're on the site, you have the money, you should still, it's a direct, so we're not saying spend a lot of money to remove it all. We're saying leave it in place, but let's just put, a cover system with a marker layer that just prevents any, especially kids or anything, from coming in contact with it.
Cap it and put some clean fill on top.
And then what I'm trying to say is, so you don't have to submit any annual reports to DES for that or anything like that, since it's not regulated. So once it's capped for the urban fill, it's not.
And it allows,
Give you a soil management plan for the cap that you can follow, but it'll be up to you.
Right, and because the soils still have special disposal, if you were to excavate new utilities, those would have to still be characterized, get properly disposed too. So we think you should be educated on that.
I think, yeah,
The only thing I had was possibility of one more for just a clarification. During the course of December, as we tie down the abutment location on Ernie's property, and you're working through your wintertime for contamination, soil contamination, is that an area that you would consider maybe looking at for possible contamination as part of your program? Or do we
By the
have to-
abutment?
Yep.
Yeah, probably not that far down, because that was mostly woods, and a lot of the fill area wouldn't have been expected to go that far, so,
That's what I need to know.
yeah.
So if we really want it to be timely, the selectmen should come up with 2 scenarios for design for this. One with the bridge landing on Ernie's, and one with it landing on the abutting property. Because we don't really want to wait 3 years. I mean,
Right, but I
We
think that
came up with-
decision's going to be made in the spring, and I think it makes sense to wait.
I would see being quite honest with you, I would see by the time you're through your wintertime construction document preparation period, we're in a position, we know where we're going to be, and it's just a matter of what we're going to do. The coordination can be done so we know that this project could continue on, and then when the bridge project's ready to go, we know the parameters that have to fall back into soils or whatever under the bridge program. I think you folks, we would have enough coordination by that time
To know.
ensure that could...
right, but we're going to be in town meeting mode.
Right.
What-
There isn't going to be a lot of time for us to be thinking about designing parks. So if we got started now and came up with 2 scenarios, which really, that's what it is, the possibility of 2 scenarios, then we'd be ahead of the game. That part would be done.
Yeah,
Let me just, is the question whether or not the town ends up acquiring that state land, or is it, if the process with the state were to drag out longer, would that screw up your plans and maybe force you to go to the, off of Ernie's?
The possibility is very strong, yes. As long as that land is owned by the DOT and is not in process for sale to an entity that should then allow it to be used for town use or to be turned over, basically to be turned over to the town, we cannot proceed, and if that is the selected alternative, is to use alternative 2 and land on that property, we cannot proceed forward with the development of design documents until that process has been completed. The land is no longer under DOT. They will not entertain, Phil Miles was very succinct on that. He said, they will not, DOT will not entertain any type of license agreement or anything to land the bridge and construct a trail.
Okay.
They don't want to be involved in that. They want the property to be under the control of the town.
Yep, got it, very clear.
Okay.
Sorry, just one other thing I want to mention is if you need like fill soils for the abutment and stuff like that is some opportunities too that we can use some of our soils to fill in as long as it's deeper. I mean, that's something to consider too.
Something to consider, and we can talk to you, but we have very strict compliance regulations by DOT as to what goes in behind abutments. It is a federally funded project. So we have to, the granular materials, we have to have we have to have select material, we call it select.
It's bridge backfill. It has to meet the state's DOT's bridge backfill.
Right.
Sometimes in embankments, but at this point I would tend to think there's not going to be any reuse of soils in that.
Do you know what type DOT spec is it? Type?
It's called bridge backfill.
Is it?
I don't know. You'd have to look up the...
209, no. That's excavation. I'd have to look it up, top of my head. We certainly...
Right, because it would meet type, what is it, type D, we would expect it to meet that, but I don't...
I don't know what your type
Okay.
D is compared to what I need to do. Mine, yeah, ours is
It's similar
basically...
to 304.
Two, it's like a crushed
It's a
gravel.
select gravel.
Yeah.
Okay.
What, if you can give me your card, I'll give you mine. We can certainly change emails and...
Okay, no, that would be good. So I think that's good, that gives us a good handle.
Good direction.
Yep.
Good direction. So actually go back, when decision-making time though for you, or, I mean, there's going to be a recommended alternative, at what time do you think?
January 2013.
Okay, so that's, to me, that's not that far away, and I think we have enough other stuff to get going. And then once that recommended is done, then we can, start talking with you about the different alternatives for this, for the site. Does that make sense?
All right.
The next one, we're almost done. This shouldn't take very long. Long-term groundwater monitoring, I think, and just want to make sure we understand that that can start after we remove the source area and get that back done, and so it really wouldn't start until next summer.
Yeah, I was going to wait because I figured you guys would, the building's going to come down and the soil's going to be removed, and I have a feeling that some monitoring wells may be destroyed during that time period. So it'd probably be better to reinstall wells as necessary after everything's done and then start the monitoring program.
Now, do you mean even after this part is done too, because that's going to have site work? Or do you
Well,
wanna-
no, because you can usually, like, if you're just doing some grading, you can often work around monitoring wells,
Okay,
but
so-
I figured if you're having, building demo requires a lot of other equipment, you can't really, they don't care about monitoring wells, so.
It would be after the APCA though, too, because we're going to we'll still look at the groundwater too in the
Yeah.
APCA and come up with the best alternative,
Yeah.
which would likely be long-term monitoring,
Long-term
but we
monitoring.
still need to look at it, I think.
Yeah, and as I think as I talked to you guys, it was probably almost a year and a half, 2 years ago, because the petroleum contaminants are in the groundwater, it appears that the arsenic might be causing the arsenic to kind of leach out of the soil, so it'd be covered under the petroleum reimbursement program for the sampling. Now, if arsenic continues to remain in the groundwater and petroleum contaminants are pretty much non-detect, then the continued monitoring wouldn't be covered by the fund. You have to obviously have a petroleum entity. But honestly, I don't foresee doing more than maybe 1 or 2 rounds of monitoring per year. And if it winds up being that arsenic is the only contaminant that you're monitoring later, it's a very inexpensive parameter to analyze for. But that's kind of how I foresee. But if indeed it is petroleum that's causing the arsenic to leach out, and you get rid of some of the arsenic-infected soil and dig out some of the soil, disturb the petroleum soil, might go away.
That's excellent. So it would be covered through the petroleum program be reimbursed? What's the deductible though?
It's I have to, I think it's already in the fund, actually, and I don't know if the deductible's been paid, but I believe it's under a $5,000 deductible. I need to double check that.
If you wouldn't mind looking at that, because that would be huge. And then the only other question is, can the first $5,000 of clean, if it needed to be the deductible, can that be used?
None of the cleanups, none of this is related to petroleum cleanup. If there's petroleum contaminated soil that's detected, like let's say the building comes down and there's petroleum impacted soil underneath the building that we didn't know about, that soil would be...
Yeah, no, I meant, for instance, the reinstallation of monitoring wells. Do you know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
Because
Yes.
that, to meet their deductible,
Yes.
if
you
that was,
could-
but hopefully it's already been met. I
It
guess,
might have
is
already
what-
been met. I can't remember. I know there's a leaking underground storage tank project already open for the site. I just don't remember if the deductible had been
Okay.
met at that time.
Okay.
So we'd have to look.
And if switching it into the petroleum program, it's a separate source of funding that the state has. That way, as long as the state says this is petroleum related and you have to replace monitoring wells, you have to do groundwater sampling, they pay 100% of that. The other thing that we would do, and we do for a lot of our clients, is we can direct bill the state, so it won't even come to you as a town. We would direct bill the state if to do that work, and then they would reimburse us, and if we have to sign a waiver to you that states if for some reason we submit something, say, hey, we did this, and the state says, actually, you didn't do what we wanted, we're not paying you, we can't come back to you to say, hey, we did this work, you need to pay us. It's kind of part of the deal.
I have
So
a
it's
question for Jennifer. When you mention inexpensive arsenic monitoring, what's inexpensive?
Well, I don't know what the consultants charge or what the consultants charge, but the laboratory is under $100 per sample. I mean, it's like only like $20, $30 per
It's like-
sample.
Probably, even with our markup, it would be, $25.
Yeah, per sample. Whereas like volatile organic compounds, 8260 analysis is at around $120 per sample. So by inexpensive, it's very low. And I would envision only having probably 3 wells monitored. And we'll just move, as we move forward, we can kind of also determine, is it going to be once a year or twice a year? The levels of contamination were relatively low. We're in a fairly low-risk area because there are no water supply wells in the area. So we might be looking at maybe just an annual monitoring event. But we can continue to talk about this as we get more results in and whatnot, but to get kind of the big picture.
And also the next step, though, is if you would have to give a formal letter stating DS requiring you to do this,
Yep.
and it is eligible, and they did it,
And what
that
I
would...
think I will do is, you guys submitted the supplemental site investigation report in October. What I was going to do after this meeting is actually submit my letter requesting additional monitoring and say postpone it until the work is completed. Can cite new wells at the time the work is completed, and that's how we can move forward there.
Okay, well, great. I think that's very good. The last thing is project schedule, deliverables, just from what we talked about today. We will do a brief memo. If it's okay, we'll say, like, for background and all the general stuff, we'll say, please, a more formal SS QAP will be done, and that way we'll just stick to the building part. Hopefully that'll keep it smaller, shorter, and easier to review. We should be able to get that submitted, at least in draft next week, is what we would schedule for that. We will, depending on what Joyce says, based on contractors, we can even be out next week to meet with contractors to get them costs and get them going on that. The full SS QAP and the community relations plan will then be done as soon as we kind of have a handle on what's happening with the building, and once that's moving forward, we'll then start. So we can expect so then, just to put it actually in perspective, then the full SS QAP won't be done and submitted until the APCA has been at least reviewed by the DS and the EPA. So we'll be focusing on the community relations plan and then the APCA, which we hope to do in December. Depending on holidays, though, that might be early January. I would just suspect the way things tend to go in December. And then once that's done, we will do the SS QAP and then do bidding for the arsenic and lead source soil removal for work to be done probably in April is what we're shooting for.
Okay. Great.
And that's it. Any other items?
sounds good.
No, I really appreciate that Jim and Lisa came today, because it's a good opportunity for you guys to talk and... Of course, you know, WRTA, they're always here as well to...
Yeah. Great.
Thank you.
Get one of those cards.
Think of Baba Wawa.
What we talking?
Yeah, we got a handle on what the process is.
Yeah, and I'm
Hey, is that your, that is, got two of them.
Make a phone call.
We just want to get the building torn down. It's a safety hazard.
Oh, yeah,
no, I totally
We want to
agree.
do it right.
Agree.
Lord knows.
That's why we've been trying to, like, let's streamline whatever processes just to get that point, and then things will slow down a little bit because there's more evaluation, there's more approvals, there's the community relations plan, there's
But the
that kind of
building
stuff.
is kind of a...
Eyesore.
Yeah, and it's
Did
a-
you
and
drive by it on the way here?
It's a
I
help.
drive by it all the time.
There you
I've
go.
watched it over the years. kind
If
of
you put a
fall
foot,
off.
if you put a foot of snow on that building, all of a
Gone.
sudden,
You're right.
even a tree won't hold it up anymore.
Yeah,
I'm actually surprised.
So why not
Standing as well as...
The hurricane, it went from there to there, now it's like this.
or why can't we?
I'm concerned, and there's, the abutter has younger children, 10 years old or something. That thing is a magnet. It's an attractive nuisance to a 10-year-old.
yeah, it's a public health.
And, how do you keep them out, really?
We don't really
We
know.
tried, but as the wall starts to go away, he can walk right in there, yeah.
Now, has
They
the
got more
abutter,
common sense than
have you talked to
10
the
years
abutter?
old.
I know.
So
Talk to
anyway,
me.
The abutter, the abutter knows about when the demo, like, once you get ready for the
Joyce was
demolition.
saying that she had spoken with the abutter. I left a message. He works out of town.
All right.
He'll be back next week. He's a younger guy and a couple small kids. And there's actually a guy in the building out back that he rents to. I don't know if Joyce even is aware of that, but that would make him an abutting
Do you have your
concerned individual, even though he doesn't own the
Yeah,
property.
as long as they know, once you get the track going for the asbestos removal and the demo, as long as, they need to be just brought on board and let, okay, this is what's happening, this is how you're going to be protected, so it could be just bringing them in.
I'll mention
Or
that to Joyce.
have Rip or Joyce go out and have a conversation with them, and that would, because basically what I said to Rip was, I have no problem fast-tracking the building, just make sure, you don't need a full-blown meeting about it, but just make sure the abutters know when the consultants are going out, what they're doing, how they're going to be protected, just very quick.
And that'll satisfy his concerns.
Yes, exactly.
Because one day we were over there cleaning up the property, and I saw him over his backyard, and he's looking real hard, and so I walked over and I talked to him, and he was all about getting that building down.
Yeah.
But what about a fence? So yeah, he wants to be involved in it. I know he does.
I agree with you.
It'll make that area
So much nicer, clearer,
Gosh,
nicer,
won't it
cleaner.
ever, right?
Just it will open up the whole,
Well, pleased to make your acquaintance.
Nice to meet you.
Kathy, it's always great.
yeah, nice to see you. I was up here a couple times with the consultant procurement process.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I came in for the interviews. There were 2 sets of interviews for a variety of firms, but they interviewed 5 firms. Yeah, they were one of the, actually, they were the first they interviewed was Novus.
You think I can turn off that camera?
This is the oddest,
So anyway, I
none of them have been normal public meetings. Normally we go in.
She prefers it.
Don't know that it shouldn't be.
All right, we'll open this meeting of November 29th, a continuance of this meeting, because we had the EPA kickoff. Let the record show that all selectmen are present. At this time, I would like to make a motion to go into non-public per RSA 91A:3,
reputation.
Reputation
the townspeople.
adversely affecting the,
That work.
Yes.
And I would gladly second that.
okay, roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes. And I would like to make a motion to seal the minutes of the non-public session as they may adversely affect...
Reputation,
Sure.
yep.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we will go directly to minutes.
I'll make a motion to bring the minutes of November 15th, 2012 to the floor for discussion.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
First page, second paragraph in the Selectmen Jessamine deviate section. It's the operating committee, third line down, as opposed to the operative committee. And technically, the $13 million reserve is not for that purpose. So I would just put, just strike for that purpose.
Where are you, Joe?
No, the next line down, or 2 lines down, they're using $1.7 million.
Oh, okay.
Just strike for that purpose.
Okay.
Further down in that very same paragraph, after discussion, the board agreed to vote no to keep the tipping fee at $66.80. A no vote on that issue would have not kept the tipping fee
I
at 60.
corrected that. You must have the wrong set. I took out no.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
never mind, I've still got that no in there.
No, that should not be in there, Joyce.
No.
No. Nope.
Excuse me. On page 6. Ooh, almost all the way down. Selectman Justman said he does not see the downside for town to grant this easement.
I think I said doesn't.
You doesn't?
Doesn't, not does, doesn't.
But you're just being cool and groovy. Does.
I think we're missing the E in there. Does not.
And there's 2 second pages. 1 second page is actually the 3rd page.
You didn't get my corrected ones.
You know what, I think that they're attached to the back,
Yeah.
Catherine.
That's why they're thick.
Yeah, we have
They
a whole
are.
nother set at the back.
Oh,
I don't know why there's so many minutes.
I've got 2 sets of minutes, the same minutes, but 2 sets right here.
Oh, look at that.
The corrected one, yep.
I was thinking, I didn't
Except
remember
the front
that
page is
meeting
on the
being
back
that
page
long.
of the 7th page of the first one.
Do we have any more additions, corrections, or concerns?
Make a motion to...
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Down on the bottom of the 2nd page, the air conditioners were donated to the town for the elderly to use. We specifically mentioned one business and then just go and other businesses. I think we should just say from local businesses rather than give,
Is that Catherine?
Pardon?
What page are you?
Page 2.
2nd page, bottom.
All the way
very last
down.
sentence.
Last line.
Unless we know what those other businesses are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do know
local
who they are, but it's better to just say from the,
Local businesses.
From the
Yeah.
generosity of local businesses.
and community, because there was some community in there, too.
Okay, I'm good.
Thank
All
you.
right, I make a motion to approve the minutes of September 15th, 2012 as corrected.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We got a couple of minutes, we'll veer off from the agenda just a bit and take care of the small items. We have a few minutes for the recycling presentation.
I have a quick question from the minutes.
Yep.
Joyce, did you write the letter to go to the fire commissioners?
No, that's on my, my agenda item here tonight.
Okay.
Additional information.
Okay, the employees, the consensus of the employees to have the Christmas party at Onions this year. That's what they, Catherine did a survey, and the majority of them, well, all of them, I guess, huh, said Onions.
Is that what we did last year?
Yep.
Yep.
So at noon, and that time is available. Is that what the board would, I'd make a motion that we have it over there?
Second. That's the 21st?
Yes. Can we make the budget 500 last, where we're inviting the spouses, instead of 400? I make a motion to that effect.
Second.
All those in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion?
You have a problem with that?
Okay.
Because we used them last year, so we give another local business the shot of doing it? That's,
Well, Al's saying we used them last year, can we give another local business a shot at having it at different Christmas?
Well, I asked if there was any
Yeah.
other place they would.
cater for Polly's,
Right.
senior center.
Last year we talked about this a little bit, and we said we would do one, then the other, and go different places. And then we left it up to the employees, and then we said we would go with what the employees wanted to do. So we either go with what the employees wanted to do, or we go with what we want to do, have it where we want it, and then choose the local businesses to provide each year a different one. I mean, I could go either way. I think it's, to me personally, I think it's more fair to the local businesses. However, the employees spoke different.
All right, well, vote on it. That was just my opinion.
So noted. I agree.
Well, I would just say that because we've already asked the employees and they've given us their input, that we honor that this year. But if we feel strongly about it, then next year we'll decide where the party
Where
should
it
be.
is, and we'll go to a different venue.
Right.
Which is, I'm sure, acceptable. So the motion on the table is to move the budget from 400 to 500 this year, because we've included spouses for the employees. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Me.
Okay. We should have opposed on the other motion prior to that, to have it
But
in
you
our...
never voted on it.
We never voted on it. You gotta bring that back up, because you didn't
Have
vote
it on
on it.
onions.
We didn't?
Right.
No, we
We didn't
didn't.
vote on going to
That's what I
onions.
thought we were voting
We
on.
did. No, I thought we voted on...
No, we didn't vote on that. It was up for discussion.
He asked for
We discussed it.
discussion.
We had discussion on it.
We didn't
That was
vote
the
on it.
400 to 500.
No.
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 Play the tape back.
We were talking about onions being the place to go.
Did we vote on
And you
the,
said
Onions?
Vote
vote.
on onions?
No.
Did we vote on onions and then we voted on the budget? Or did we not vote on onions and...
You vote, wait a minute. You voted on the Christmas party at Onions at
yeah,
noon.
I thought we did.
Noon.
That was the motion.
And then to increase the budget from 4 to 5.
That was the second motion, right?
Second, because spouses are invited.
Right.
Oh. That was confusing.
Because we went to vote, and then he said discussion.
Yeah, that's exactly what I
There was
did.
no vote.
Right, there was
So-
no vote.
Al wanted a no vote on the first,
Right.
and
And then you voted on the second, yes or no?
Yes, second.
okay. So noted. The other small thing that we need to take care of is, we have a request to use the we are collecting clean, slightly used coats for those in need in the local community. The collected coats will be dispersed through our local community action program to folks in surrounding communities. This will be the third year we have run the program. Last year, we raised just over 250 coats, which CAP was able to get out into the community. Please consider the placement of a collection box in your establishment. Should you agree to being a collection site, collection boxes will be placed at your site where you specify, and we will be responsible to maintain them in a presentable manner. We will be available to promptly empty collection boxes as they become full. Boxes will be removed promptly after the drive is over on December 17th. On behalf of those we serve, we would like to thank you for your time and consideration. Judy and Senator Sanders for one warm coat in your local CAP. So we have two organizations in the town collecting coats for, one's collecting monies for coats and one's collecting coats.
I think that's great. Mm-hmm. You want to put a box in town hall?
Yep.
I think that's great.
Yeah,
Is
because
that consensus, everybody?
yeah.
Going to the local community? Yes, no?
Yep.
As long as it's not, we'll have to, I can't see moving the bench out of there because there's a lot of people that come in and use that bench,
Yeah, not
Right.
moving the bench.
the Dodge bench.
Yeah.
We'll have to find another place somewhere that we can put them without being in the way.
I had mentioned that to them, so we talked possibly the back door.
By the coat rack.
Yeah. We could put a box in there.
Maybe we could put a sign in the front that says coat donations.
That'd be wonderful. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and there's two items here. One is the Fire Commissioner's budget work session is on December 5th at 5:30 PM. And this is from Sarah, I guess. A holiday meet and greet at the Tilton Senior Center. The Elder Service Department of Community Action Program, Belknap Merrimack County invites you to come learn about the activities going on in the Tilton Senior Center, enjoy some holiday cheer. Are they drinking already up there? We'll have entertainment and refreshments available. Catch up with old friends and make some new connections. Wednesday, December 12th at 11 a.m., the Tilton Senior Center, 11 Grange Road. The Tilton Senior Center serves seniors from all of the surrounding towns. There is no residency requirement. We enjoy the company of seniors from Tilton, Samerton, Northfield, Belmont, and Canterbury, and hope to add more towns to the list. And this is sponsored by the Elder Services Community Action Program, Belknap, Merrimack County. For more information, call the Tilton Senior Center, and this number is wrong. 527-8291. They have 520. It's 527. Okay. Pass around the to be signed. There's a couple items in there that I held back signing because Joyce is bringing them
Okay.
up on the agenda. So, Marge, is anybody coming? You're it? Okay.
I'm printing some documents. I tried getting up here, but they won't fit. Did you want this all on one page, Joe?
No, but you won't be able to read it if it's on one page.
You want me to keep going?
Marge can start. This is information that I'm going to add.
You're going to take time away from Marge, Joe?
I'm going to help Marge.
Come on up, Marge.
Come on up, Marge.
No, really.
First, can I ask, did you approve my new member for my committee? Did that come up yet?
We did. Tuesday we did.
By Cindy.
She has to be sworn in. Yep.
Thank you. Possibly another member coming, but I'm not sure. Okay, I don't know if you all had a chance to look over the bids.
Yep, we did.
Our committee met, and we don't have a recommendation to give you yet because we decided we don't have all the facts that we need. But I decided to come and share the information. We have most of what we have decided, and ultimately it's going to be up to you when we get the rest of the information, hopefully tomorrow morning. Dennis will share that with you. But our purpose when we put out the bid was to get the most cost-effective way for the town to do curbside recycling. And we wanted to leave the parameters up to the company that we did to tell us which was the cheapest way to do it. But we did ask for weekly and bi-weekly. We ended up putting in the request that we intended to use our own containers because we thought that would be the cheapest way to go, and we thought it would be a pain to maintain them, with the snow and all that. And so when the bids came back, first I'll say we have eliminated the waste management because they were the most expensive. So we are interested in the best way in the Pinard, and Pinard is not willing to do it using our own containers. For them, the most cost-effective way is to use the automated truck with an arm that picks it up and to use the totes that they provide. The totes, they maintain them, and they're good for 10 years. They do the distributing. And I had them bring one of the totes. I don't know if any of you had a chance to look at it.
Yeah, I walked into it, I was like, what's this?
I could actually use that for a hot tub.
Well, this is one of 3 sizes. They provide the size according to whatever the family requests. There is a smaller size that's half of that, that's 30 gallon. This one is 60 gallon, and then there's another one that's another half as big that is a 90 gallon. And they, from their experience, most families, they give a 90 gallon too. They're all about customer service, and they're willing to work with any family. If somebody needs a 60 but can't handle the size, they will give them 2 30s.
This is a 60, right?
That's 60, that's the medium-sized one. And after looking at that and discussing it, well, first, what we have done is gone back and tried to get in touch with Best Way to find out, if we want to compare apples to apples, what their fee would be for providing the containers and, doing it with the containers. And we heard back from them today that they would charge an extra $12,000 each year to do that. What we haven't heard from, in their original bid, they weren't willing to do it bi-weekly, only weekly, which put them higher than Bernard's bid for doing it bi-weekly. No, Bernard was hired to do it weekly, but we decided that the containers are really quite adequate to do it bi-weekly, and these containers would be kept outside where most people keep their trash can, whereas if you have an uncovered container that people are putting out, they might want to keep it in their house and put it out. So if you were using your own container, maybe weekly, might be a better idea. But our goal was to get the most cost-effective way. That's why we asked for bi-weekly. A lot of towns do bi-weekly. And that did come in as the cheapest bid. So we're waiting. I had a call in to Mark, and he didn't get back to me from Best Way. So Dennis is going to call him tomorrow morning and see what if they're willing to give us a bid for bi-weekly. I did a couple other things, stuff that I did call the Public Works Director in Hudson, who was one of the references for Pinard, and he couldn't speak highly enough about the company and about Tony Belanger, the gentleman who was here last week when you opened the bids. And he said he has 30 years in public service, and he's never worked with a better company than Pinard. So he was really pleased with them. And he said in Hudson, they do, they're automated for both their solid waste and their recycling. The solid waste is weekly, and the recycling is every other week. And he said, we really don't want to go with any kind of of people using their own container, where they just put out the little rectangle bin that a lot of people have for recycling. He said having the covered totes is much, much cleaner. He said with the other, you have wind and it's blowing all over the place, and your public works is going to get all kinds of calls, and your litter problem, ends up much worse. So, and he said, since their town, and they have 9,000 families that they're servicing there. And he said, since they have gone automated with both the solid waste and the recycling, and they don't have pay-as-you-throw, which we intend to, their recycling rate is 30%, and they have cut their solid waste budget by 1/4, from $2 million to $1.5 million, just by going automated and doing the recycling. And so he was very pleased with Pinard, and he thought that the way to go really is with the covered totes. He said you don't want to do it anyway. They just signed their second 5-year contract with Pinard. When I talked to Brian from Pinard, he had said the cost of the totes is included, as part of their quote. And he said, since it's only a 3-year contract, you're paying a little bit more per year than if you went with a 5-year contract, because the cost of the totes have a 10-year lifespan. They would replace them after 10 years, but you're paying for them in the first 5 years. So with only a 3-year contract, we'd be paying for the cost of the totes in that first 3 years, not spread out over 5 years. So, if we asked for a 5-year contract, each year would be lower. And he said if we went with the 3-year contract and renewed after that, the next 2 years would be lower because the totes are paid for. One of the, I guess you would, it's an unknown. I won't say it's a disadvantage, because it could be an advantage, it could be a disadvantage. But one of the big differences between the Best Way and the Pinard was the way in which the dumping, what am I looking for, the name of the cost to get rid of the recyclables. You can either, in the last 5 years, most of the time, the history is that you are paid for your recyclable material. Whatever the going rate is, it's a commodity that's traded and changes every month or so. The past 3 or 4 months, with supply and demand, the demand wasn't as high, so they have to pay to get rid of of the recyclables. There's no revenue coming back from them. With Best Way is assuming all of that cost, whether it is a revenue or whether it is a cost. Best Way's absorbing that. So we don't see revenue and we don't see an expense from it. With Pinard, they feel that it's, the recyclables belong to the town. If there's a revenue, the town gets it. If there's an expense, the town pays for it. So that really is kind of an unknown. It really pretty much has been revenue up till the last couple of months, but it's a supply and demand and, what the market price is. So there's a little bit more of a risk there that you don't know exactly what you're paying or what you're getting. The cost right now to get rid of them is I believe, is $20 a ton, which is a whole lot cheaper than the $66 a ton that we're paying to get rid of it as solid waste. So you're still saving a lot of money by the recycling, even if you do end up paying for it. But there's also the potential of getting $10, $15, or $20 a ton back in revenue. So you would hope that in the course, at least over the course of 3 years, that it may balance out. But there's no way of predicting, exactly, what that is going to be. I did ask Brian at Pinard. I called him today and asked him if they were willing to do the same thing Best Way was, whereas we don't take any risk. And he said they really don't like to do that. He said it would raise the cost of the bid a lot higher because they have to figure in what the what that might cost them, and they're not going to take a big risk of doing it. But when I had talked to him last week, he did tell me, since they are such a big company and they have a lot of the large cities and towns in the southern part of the state, that they really have a big collective buying power, and they negotiate their price that they're going to get for it. I think he told me 3 months at a time. And since they have such a high volume, both from Massachusetts and New Hampshire, that they get a better deal on it than a lot of the smaller companies do, which, is an advantage too. So that's pretty much, where we sit with it right now. We have to wait till Best Way comes back, see if they will give us a bid on the bi-weekly, pickup, which would then lower their price, should lower their price, and we could compare bi-weekly to bi-weekly. Right now, we're comparing weekly of Best Way, which is higher, to bi-weekly of Pinard, which is the lower amount. And
so if you recommend to go to Pinard, we could virtually, as a resident, have Best Way pick up our solid waste, and then a week from then, we have to remember to put out our blue buckets for Pinard.
And they would give us a calendar showing what days it would be. If people have a hard time remembering, they just put it out every week, and if it's still there, they take it back and it was not the right week. So, but that's essentially what would happen.
So it would be having
I
the
think the residents are smart enough to figure it out after a few weeks,
yeah.
if it takes that long.
So it's twice a month for the recyclables.
Or you'd have two different people picking trash up, essentially.
Potentially.
And Pinard was willing to do it on our Tuesday, Thursday schedule that we have for the solid waste now. Okay. Joe, you wanted to add to it?
The sheets that Joyce passed out to you, the cover on that, you'll see that we have the proposal A, which is weekly pickup of recyclables with pay-as-you-throw as an option. The hauling cost from Best Way in year 1 is $102,000. Year 2, $105,000. Year 3, $108,000. Then you go over to, they don't recommend, as you can see, the bi-weekly pickup for the recyclables. Proposal B is weekly pickup without pay-as-you-throw, $88,000. Quite frankly, they assume there's going to be a lot less recyclables to pick up. So the hauling cost is down. They're not going to have the truck out on the road as long. They're not going to have the wear and tear in the truck. They're not going to have the fuel costs, and they're not going to have the cost of the extra people. So it's, $14,000 less. And you can see how that goes. Now, if you go to and then Pinard Waste Management are right below that.
You forgot to include the Pinard bi-weekly.
It's about to come out of my mouth.
Right.
The prices there go down, certainly. But Pinard, as Marge explained, is all about selling us those blue buckets.
This is the best ways tote.
Oh, good. It's all about selling us the blue buckets. And we haven't come to a final conclusion on the buckets yet. There's several, we got interrupted by the selectmen. The guys threw us right out because we had to do something else, budget. Remember we were up here when you came? Well,
No, she didn't come.
oh, she was sick. Well, they interrupted.
Oh, Tuesday.
Yeah.
We booted them.
Okay, on
Why
the
didn't the
second
selectmen
sheet,
meet downstairs?
what you'll see is if we have a 20%, right now we're at just over 10%. If we had a 20% reduction in the municipal solid waste, Dennis informs me that approximately 1,500 tons of the 4,500 tons that we bring to the incinerator comes from residential waste. Okay, so figuring that 1,500 tons is the baseline, if we save 20% of 1,500 tons, that's 300 tons times the 6,680, all right? That number then becomes minus the 102,000, it comes out to 81,960. So that's what the contract costs us, if it's just dead even, and we're not paying to get rid of the recyclables on any level. So the reduced tonnage at the incinerator makes that the cost. And if you go out further at 30%, the cost of that would be 71,000, and then 61,000, and then 51,000 if we got 50% recycling. Okay, as opposed to 102,000. And the numbers below that are figured out the same way. The Pinard thing, if you take at 20% recycling at 300 tons, that would make, instead of 145,000, it would be 124,000. And of course, there'd be a corresponding drop in the NSW line in the Public Works budget.
Right.
All right? Which would account for the difference in price. I'm not insinuating that their price will go down to 124,000. That's the reality of it. But I just received from Jim Pressure, I told you that I thought that the unadjusted tipping fee was 78 something, and I was wrong. Last year it was 78 something, and we kept it at 66.80. This year, the unadjusted rate is $87.10. That is literally what it costs, $87.10. And the co-op is making up the difference between that and $66.80.
Because say it did come up by itself.
So $21 a ton. Now, this coming year and the year after, the co-op has a interest in keeping the tipping fee at $66.80. However, in the third year of this contract, the contract with Wheel and Brader has expired. All of a sudden, we're looking at paying real prices. Ouch. And what does that actually look like? It's hard to say, but the classic rise is about $10 a ton. So in the third year, that would be $107 approximately a ton to get rid of our garbage. All of a sudden, the recycling, if you take Penard's, the second page on Penard, and if I change the tipping fee to $110 over here, their price comes down to $69,000 in the third year. 69 grand.
Oh, if we have 20% recycling?
That's if we have 50%. That's best case scenario.
50%?
50% recycling. That figure that is on the first page of $95,000. I didn't change that already. 95. Change this part. You're going to find out that it's $29,675 to haul the stuff.
Bi-weekly. I have, I have
That's every other
absolutely
week, right?
no complaints about anything you're saying. I believe 100%.
Just explaining what's going on here.
But I think 50%
The
is
only way,
not realistic.
the only way that we could ever reach, in my estimation, 50% recycling is with a pay-as-you-throw system.
Yeah.
And I think that has to be an integral part of it. Not only does the GAT that we no longer deliver to the incinerator or bury in the ground help defray this cost, and if it's 50% recycling in the third year from Penard, what happens if we don't have it? People won't recycle as much, so the money, it's going to cost more.
Right.
Now, perfect example of this is where I live, I won't say exactly what house because it really doesn't make any difference, but there is a house on my street that puts out 3 to 4 Blue Barrel size cans per week. Per week. I put out one half that size every third week. So in reality, I am subsidizing his trash. And people seem to think garbage is free. They should read their town report from last year.
Right.
Doesn't it depend on how many people live in each household? Isn't that a variable?
There's 3 in that household.
Oh, you know how many are in there?
I happen to know this because I'm from that neighborhood. And yeah, there is a variable. Absolutely. If they have 5 kids and 2 adults and maybe moms living there too, there's going to be more solid waste. Conversely, there's going to be more recycling as well. But 4 60-gallon containers, I can only imagine they're bringing it home from work.
That is a lot for 3 people.
It is. I'm stunned. Every time I go out there on garbage day, I'm like, is he collecting it from people in other towns? What's up with this?
Well,
Be that as it may.
Yeah.
Some people put out inordinate amounts of garbage compared to other people.
Right.
So why should the recyclers subsidize the ones that don't care?
Kind of gone through that. So if I could just hear, I think you all
Well, I
had a
think-
chance to look at the contracts, what your thinking is, or if you have any questions about them.
I'm very excited for one because I gave up on recycling because of my home situation and where I am in proximity to where I could have bins and so on and so forth. Now it's changed, so I'm very excited now I could do that. I'm really looking forward to this because I'm one of those people that Joe subsidized. So, thank you, Joe, for all these years. But
hey, it's my pleasure. It's not that I
But it's
mind
not
so
that I
much.
didn't want to.
No.
There are a lot of variables to that, and I know a lot of people are in the same situation.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of really confused because I was really looking forward to the recycling committee's input on this, and the recycling is saying, you know what, we could go A or we could go B, and that's really not helping.
No, we will decide as soon as we hear what the number is from Bestway. And I think from what, I don't know what Joe's final feeling is, but from the other people on the committee that I have talked to, it really comes down to what is the most cost-effective for the service. And as far as service, weekly and bi-weekly is the variable we don't know right now. Bi-weekly, I think will work for everyone. I think the bins are big enough for everybody, and certainly it's going to be the most cost-effective. So what it comes down, in my opinion, to is Best Way willing to give us a price to do it bi-weekly? And if they are, then we just compare the two prices of Pinard and...
Does Best Way have different size bins like Pinard?
Said this was the 64-gallon.
Okay,
But he did
my
say-
question is, does he have different sizes? So, here's also a variable. We have a company that we've worked with for many years that has been willing to work with us for many years. And then you go to a very large company that owns all the way up from the board, well, way beyond the border, to Concord. That's a very, very large corporation that can do what they want to do, and sometimes, once you get in, you can't get out. So that's a concern of mine. I lived and worked in that area, so I'm very familiar with it.
Concord has
Great
Best
job.
Way right now for recycling.
Right, but Manchester doesn't.
No, absolutely, Goffstown doesn't.
Right. And I'm very familiar, and they do a great job, don't get me wrong, they do a wonderful job, but it's always, I'm always leery of people that come in and say, we can do it for this, it's sort of like my favorite, the cable company, we can do it for this, and then the next year it's like up a little bit, up a little bit, up a little bit, up a little bit, for 10 years they go up 10% every year.
No, but that's why we have the
Right.
the contract, and he was very willing to quote us a 5-year
Right.
contract, on it too. And Tony Blanchard, one who's their general manager, he lives right in Tilton too. So I think that says something too when you live in the town that you're...
I think it's going to save us a lot of money. I know that.
Ultimately, it will.
I think, ultimately, I think it will save us a lot of money. I think it's the way, personally, I think it's the way to go. But which way to go, I don't have enough information to make that decision.
I have a question. So, we're going to have curbside pickup from Best Way, picking up trash. And then if we go with this, we're also going to have 2 other pickups during the week.
No, every other week, bi-weekly. So we have...
Isn't that bi-monthly?
No.
That's bi-weekly?
Yeah.
Bi-weekly, I thought was twice a week.
That's what I thought, but I was told different.
Biannually is twice a year.
So
Bi-monthly is
would be
twice a
a
month.
month. And bi-weekly would be twice a week.
Yeah, I thought it was...
Well, you know what? Every one of them responded exactly as we assumed they would.
Oh.
We asked
Okay.
for a bi-weekly thing, so...
So this is going to be bi-monthly. This is every other
Our
week.
terminology, it's bi-monthly.
Yeah, this is every other week.
It's every other week, right.
Okay. So my other question is, if we have pay-as-you-throw, okay, for our curbside trash, and we have the Best Way facility so close, it's really just off center of town. It's just off center of town. Why are we, again, providing curbside for recyclables if our citizens can take them to that facility without costing the town any money?
Because they really don't take them, right?
We would never get it through town meeting asking for pay-as-you-throw without curbside recycling.
But this is an additional on top of what we're already paying, so this is increasing
correct.
our
This is-
cost.
Well-
And you're still going to have to convince them.
I thought this was in place of pay-as-you-throw.
No.
This is, the only way the committee is willing to do it is with pay-as-you-throw. And what's different, it's not only increasing. If you went with the proposal that, I don't even know why we put it out there, because to do it without pay-as-you-throw, then you're asking for a great big chunk of money. There's no revenue, it's just an extra huge expense. You might save a little bit for the people that recycle, that are willing to recycle, but what incentive do they have to recycle? They're just going to throw it all in the garbage the way they always have. Lazy, that's how most of us are. To have the pay-as-you-throw.
But it's still there.
No, if you
We've
have...
got curbside.
No, let me explain a little bit. If you have the pay-as-you-throw, and you have to buy these bags at either $1.75 or $1.25 every week to put your trash in, you don't want to recycle, then you need, this person he was talking about needs 4 or 5 bags that they would have to pay for every week to get rid of their garbage. And essentially, what goes in that bag of garbage, they are paying the 66 or higher ton to dump it, you know.
Well, they're not, the town is. I mean, essentially they are, but that's the mindset. That's the mindset.
No, they will be paying it by buying their bag. They will be paying for the weight of their garbage. But if the same person decides, okay, I don't want to pay that much, I'm going to recycle, they might have to buy 1 bag for the week. The rest of the recycle goes out and they get rid of that for free. Now, we are saving on 4 bags worth of stuff, paying at $66 a ton to get rid of it. We are saving on that cost to the town. And the price that people are paying to buy the bags, some of that money will pay for the solid waste dumping, and some will go through to this new contract for the curbside pickup. Hopefully it'll balance, it will all go into one fund, and that's going to be part of it too. There has to be a separate fund where all this money is kept. It can't go into the general fund.
So you think the bags that people buy is going to fund this?
Maybe not totally, but a
It's going to be a cost. I guarantee you, there's going to be a cost.
Especially, it is going to be an additional cost, but when we went from dumping in the heat down the street in a pile to having a transfer station where we had to send it out, environmentally, it was the right thing to do, and it saved money. Well, this is kind of the next step. I mean, if we don't go with recycling, we're going to find ourselves way behind all the other towns.
Oh, I think we should recycle, but I think you're going to have a hard sell because people, they're not going to see the savings.
We are going to prove that.
So now you...
That's on us to prove.
But that's if we go to 20%, if we have 30%,
So now-
if we have 50%. I mean, quite frankly, 5 bags of trash at $6 a week, that's cheap money to get rid of your trash, and recycling's a pain in the butt. So I'm going to pay $6 for those bags, so I don't have to bother to take off wrappers.
I'm not going to pay $25 a month to not recycle.
$6 a week? You know what?
I just don't see it.
Some people...
$6 a week? Oh, yeah.
To be lazy?
Sure.
And that's
Oh,
right,
sure.
but then-
They're there. They're out
I've
there.
known you a lot of years.
I'm not talking about me. I'm using
talking
myself
about you.
as an example. There are people out there that will totally say, $6 a week? I'm not going to deal with it. Yeah.
We are not going to
They're
do
up to
that.
90%,
So I
all
have a-
materials, 90% of it is recyclable. Getting to 50% of our tonnage, 750 tons a year out of the 4,500 tons we deliver to the incinerator. Doesn't seem undoable. It really doesn't.
So
I just think it's going to be a hard sell at town
I
meeting
know it is.
to have
But I'm going to try it
There's
anyway.
two types of
I have a
pickups.
question now. Am I missing something here? Because what you want me to do now is put out my trash on Thursdays, buy the bag, put out my trash, my solid waste in a bag, okay? And then you want me to fill these buckets up for all the paper and aluminum and plastic, correct? Cardboard,
There's
right.
a list.
Okay, there's a whole list on that. And then once a week, they'll come with pick up the solid waste in the other one. Now, here's my other question. What happens when we have, my passion, seniors. What happens if we have seniors or disabled people that can't do that in town?
And how do they lug that out to the curb?
How do they get their garbage out, and how can they afford the bags? Well, probably their neighbor, I would assume that I'm assuming
Get
that,
it to the curb now.
Some of them do.
And that's why they have
That's a
smaller
sad thing
bins
there.
for seniors.
But that just means they're not going to do it in the future either.
So now,
You have seniors that take their garbage on Wednesday, and they have a little bag. I mean, we're talking about seniors, right? And they put it in their car, and they drive down to the town garage, and our sweet guys grab it from them, so I'll take that for you, and they throw it away.
so now what happens if they can't afford the bags?
Well, a senior living on their own, $1.25 a week, that's
There would be,
not...
last time there was a plan to issue a number of those bags to the Human Services officer here in Town Hall for that very purpose. Because some people can't afford $1.25, and that's a fact, and I know it. We're not looking to be onerous, we're looking to reduce our carbon footprint, get our stuff out of the ground and out of the air.
I hear you, I'm just, what I'm asking, I'm not questioning you.
I get passionate, Pat, you understand how
I know.
that works.
Let me just say...
I'm just asking because I know this is one of the questions that are going to be asked, and I just wanted you folks to cover all the bases, that's all.
I got an answer for most
I really
everything here.
like to
I've
know
been
that.
thinking about this a long time.
If they are taxpayers, hopefully, the taxes, hopefully will go down somewhat, or at least the solid waste portion of the taxes should be reduced, because they are paying for the bags. So if they are taxpayers, if they're renting, people are going to lower their rent because of it, but if they are taxpayers, at least, I'm not saying the whole taxes, but the solid waste portion of the taxes, we are hoping will be reduced with...
Is that
That
something?
line should go down.
But if we're landlords, we can add that to the rent, right?
I don't want to be a landlord.
I am.
You can, if you supply the bags, you can work it out any way you want.
Okay.
All right.
I just wanted to say, when I looked at all of these, it was very difficult. First of all, I'm a little bit partial to Best Way for a couple of reasons. We've worked with them, and they're very willing. If there's a problem, they come right over, they take care of it. They're close by, so if the cost of diesel fuel goes up and we have to start paying a bill for the excess diesel fuel costs, they're closer as far as where the trucks would go than what some of the others.
Just let me add one thing. That was in the Best Way contract. It is not in the Pinard contract.
But it is in the other one.
Increase.
There is in the other one.
Waste management.
Is 320.
Eliminating.
Everything above 320 for waste management, anything above 450 for Best Way.
Right.
Bernard would pick up whatever the cost was.
Okay, but there's
Right,
still a little
450
bit
a gallon,
extra.
and I don't even think I've seen fuel that high around here.
Well, I have seen diesel fuel
Recently?
over 450, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Diesel fuel?
Yes.
I haven't, but I don't
Yeah,
see diesel.
diesel, yeah.
Yeah,
Went up to
oh no,
460
it's gone
a
way
couple
up
months ago.
there.
Yeah.
I remember the
It was
last time,
frightening.
it was up almost 6-something down in
Well,
Concord.
Waste management
So
wants it to be...
it does go up.
I probably shouldn't be even saying those numbers, but in the first column of the second page, you'll see where it says 450 and 320. That's the baseline for fuel adjustments.
Right.
And
Anything
that was
above
not
that
in
number.
Pinard, which could be a good advantage.
Where are you
It could
looking
be.
at, Joe?
Second
Right
page.
here, second page, first column.
Oh, I see. I didn't open it.
But anyway,
Very preliminary worksheet that
Yeah, I see it right here.
no, I mean, you were asking
And on the
what we
third
were-
page,
This is what I was
that's
giving
20%,
consideration to.
30%,
That and the fact
40%,
that
and 50%.
I realize we haven't gotten
of
anything
the,
for Best Way on bi-weekly. But just
Recycle.
looking at their weekly pickup charges,
I'm sorry.
I mean, the difference between all of them, it's like a little over 40,000 difference.
Yeah, but we weren't even considering weekly on Pinard. And unfortunately, he didn't put the bi-weekly figures on there, or the, whatever terminology it is for every other week.
Right.
If he had put them on there, you would see that it would be lower than that.
Right.
Unfortunately, he didn't include them on there, but.
So
it would be
hopefully-
lower, because
Knocked your thing over.
the bi-weekly with Pinard is lower than the weekly with,
Right.
plus you have to add $12,000 more if we're
Right.
going to go with the
Right,
bigs, so.
I understand that, but I mean, until we know what Best Way would want, I mean, they're not recommending it. It would be nice if a representative from there would come in and tell us why they don't recommend it. You know, give us some reasons that we can consider.
So,
I mean, because we don't know what they're thinking, just to say, I don't recommend it. We don't know where their mind is. But anyway, I mean, after dealing with them, I have to say that, you know, it's been a very good experience, and we've never had issues. If we've called them, they have responded. So,
Pinard assured me that they would do the same
oh, then they may.
Right.
I'm not going to say they wouldn't.
The Public Works Director in Hudson said any of you are welcome to call him, and he would be happy to share his experience with Pinard with any of you too. So.
But I guess my biggest thing is, the things that weigh heavily to me is how close by are they as far as the fuel charges, the distances.
But the fuel charge isn't going to come into consideration with Pinard because they're not raising it.
Oh, I understand that, but they're still coming, where's their closest place from here?
They would.
Where would the trucks?
I think it's New Hampton.
So the trucks are coming from New Hampton, which is a distance.
But fuel isn't a consideration.
It's not now, but we don't know next year or the year after.
We have a 3-year contract in front of us.
Oh, well, anyway, that was what I was thinking about when I looked at all this stuff. Now, I'm not trying to be, you know, this is just what I was considering, so.
Which are good points. Okay.
So,
I thank you and the recycling
Yes.
committee for putting all of this
All
together
this
for
work,
us.
that's right.
well,
That's very preliminary.
I think when the biweekly number comes in,
Yeah.
hopefully tomorrow, the next time you meet, which I suppose is next Thursday, you know, Joe can bring it up. I won't be here, I'm going to be away for a week, but I think the committee will meet after that. And we have to know what numbers we're working for to put together our whole presentation. And, you know, with the help of Sarah, we expect to have a good presentation and be able to convince people. And, you know, I'm with Joe. From what I see that I recycle, I don't see why people can't do 50%, but, you know, maybe that's unrealistic. But if Hudson doesn't have pay-as-you-throw and went from 11% to 30%,
Yep.
there's no reason that we can't go at least 30 or 40%. If we're doing pay-as-you-throw, we should get to 40% if they're doing 30% without that.
Yep. Well, there's no question, and I think we all feel the same way. We need to go this way. There's absolutely no doubt. It's something that Joe and I have done for years anyways. So, and it's not a hard thing to do. You know, it's just, well, don't just throw it in that can. You know, I take it out and I put it in a bin so it can go separately. But it's so much easier today than it used to be, where you used to, what kind of metal is this? And what, you know, where you had and green glass here, and yes.
I don't know if Joyce can, Dennis told me he would call Mark tomorrow morning. But,
okay.
Joyce, maybe you can get in touch with Dennis and just ask him to find out if there are 3 different sizes of bins. You know, because that makes a difference too. To me, it was I learned a lot talking to Tony Belanger afterwards.
Yeah.
I was because I too felt, you know, we really liked Best Way. But after talking to him, I was just so convinced that they were giving the customer service. They're willing to work with any family, whatever size. If something happens to the bins, they're out there repairing them.
So we have to put them together, though. Is that what you told me?
What?
We have to put them together.
No, Pinard puts them together and Pinard distributes them. And I think Best Way puts them together, but they didn't say whether they distribute them or not, but I assume that they do distribute them.
Okay. Well, excellent.
Well, thank you. So,
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
you know, I was going to suggest that we put out another request to only Best Way and Pinard, and ask for bi-weekly automated, you know, with the bins for both a 3-year and a 5-year contract. Dennis said no, you know, just ask Best Way to give us the number over the phone for bi-weekly and go with that. So when we get that number, hopefully you have enough facts. The one big difference is, we take the risk, with Pinard, that we either get revenue coming in or we're paying money out to get rid of them. With Best Way, if there's revenue, Best Way gets it. If there's a charge, Best Way pays it.
Right.
But Best Way has the fuel charge and Pinard doesn't. So if you can decide and kind of let us know, then we'll know what figures we're going with, and we'll meet and then put together a proposal for town meeting, and we plan on making a really good presentation.
Good.
To convince the people, and there's an awful lot of people in town who just can't wait, that are willing to do it.
That's
Thank you very
fantastic.
much.
Sorry that we didn't have all of the facts by,
Well, it's not your fault they didn't include it.
well, we didn't expect that we'd be happy with going with a bid thing.
Right.
It turned out to be less expensive than
Right.
the other way, doing it weekly. Bi-weekly, they're big enough to work. So, thank you all.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you, Marge.
Okay, moving right along.
Quickly. Fast and
I'll
furious.
take the letter from Mr. Cropsey.
Sure.
Does everyone have in their folder a letter from Mr. Cropsey in response to our letter? Want to take a minute to, should I read this into the record?
It's a public document.
I'm going to, because it's from the resident, I'm going to read it into the record. This is about 307 Main Street, Tilton, hand-delivered. Dear Board of Selectmen, I am in receipt of your letter of November 1st, 2012, and have discussed your latest proposal with my tenants. My tenants informed me that, 1, the expansion of your request to include the taking of additional parking spaces will significantly and detrimentally impact their business to the point of effectively putting them out of business, and 2, I have no legal right to discuss these matters with the town or to undertake any actions which will alter the present configuration of the premises because they, my tenants, have the present legal right to use an occupancy of the presence is in its present configuration pursuant to the terms of their respective unmodified leases. In reviewing this matter, I believe my tenants are correct, and so I must comply with the terms of their leases. Very truly yours, James Cropsey. Now, this has been going on for almost a year, pretty close to a year. The parking spaces in front of his building that he has no authorization to have, that he painted on his property, has become now an issue, a huge, huge, huge safety factor for our children and residents that walk that area. Cars are going in and out of that parking lot from the parking lot into Main Street. They're cutting across Main Street, cutting across the front of Prospect Street into the parking lot. And just the other day, someone cut across the parking lot. I was at the lights on Prospect Street. They cut in front of me. Had they not cut in front of me to go into the parking lot, they would have hurt 4 children coming across the street. Something has to be done. We are not changing any of the plans. He is the one that came to us with a proposal. We gave him a proposal to put barriers up. He agreed to put the barriers up, and now we're getting a letter saying it's not. I suggest that we start legal proceedings and go to an attorney and see what the process should be.
You might be wrong to think that his lease is between him and his tenant. And
That it is.
That's correct.
That is
So if he
correct.
falsified his lease, that's not our problem.
Right.
I suggest we do something, and we do something now, because we cannot afford to have this in the winter. This is going to be a huge hazard with snowbanks and going in and out of there. It's going to be a hazard.
And now that we know about it, and we've known about it for a year, shame on us. We've got to do something.
Shame on him.
Well, we've been trying to deal with him, but shame on us for letting it go this long.
We've done our due diligence beyond.
Way beyond.
Call of duty.
Yes,
I mean,
we have.
We've tried to work with him, but you're right. Enough time has gone by. We're back to square one.
Way back to square one. I think we've taken a
nothing.
couple steps back
So,
from that.
I think we should discuss what type of barriers we want to put in, and I agree, we should contact an attorney.
Yep.
And let them know that this is where we're at.
And how do we legally proceed?
This is just another way avoiding the problem for him. And that's the pure fact.
He will have to put the state of New Hampshire, he will have to put his berm in on the other side of our sidewalk.
Right.
And he'll have to put the berm on at the town's
side of the
side on Prospect Street. And we'll put up our barriers or signage.
For the sidewalk.
For the sidewalk.
We're not taking anybody's land.
Nope.
Make that very clear, we are not.
Why did he lose parking places?
Because he wanted to change the sidewalk from where it is now up closer to that building. That's his choice.
I think it's the,
those are parking places.
I think it's the end of the sidewalk that goes from the building to the lamp pole. That clearly has been moved. That is not where it was 12 years ago.
Right.
That's been moved out into Route 3. That's a fight we may want to fight, but we'll have to do it differently. And he's talking about if we move that up so the sidewalk is straight from the crosswalk, straight in, he's going to lose spaces in his parking lot. He doesn't have any spaces on Route 3.
We're not asking him to do that.
That was one of our proposals.
Yeah, to put a barrier across there so that they couldn't go in.
We're asking him to put a barrier across there.
Regardless, we're back to square one. There is no agreement.
But I want, as part of the record, stating that we are not asking him to move that sidewalk. We're asking him to put a barrier up between the sidewalk and the present parking lot so that people can walk the sidewalk. We're not asking him to change that sidewalk the way he proposed it.
He proposed that, we didn't.
Right.
Regardless.
Well, it is, no, it's not regardless, because that's what he's referring to in this letter.
Well, it's...
But anyway, I want to make a motion that we contact an attorney, sit down with the attorney, go over everything that's been done to this point, tell him where we want to go with it, and find out the best legal way to proceed. I don't want to sit here and say, isn't it a shame that so-and-so got hit by the store, by a car coming out of there, when it's totally unnecessary. And you know good and well that the DOT would never give him a curb cut there.
I'll second your motion, so we can
Can we at
discuss.
least, okay, can we?
Discuss.
Discuss,
So
okay.
what attorney?
So motion's made and seconded.
Yeah.
Now, open for discussion.
What attorney?
Second the motion.
Catherine seconded it.
What attorney?
I don't know, which one would you like to use this time? We can call
Dan or John?
Green or John Radigan, I would think would be the two better of the choices, but Dan Green's a very good municipal attorney.
Jane.
So I don't know.
Dan Green.
I think it's...
He's the cheaper of the two,
Yeah.
actually.
I don't think it's rocket science.
I don't either.
No, let's go put our barriers up.
But I think before we go down
Not until
there,
we talk to the attorney.
I think before we go talk to him, we need to sit down and have a plan of what we want there. I mean, two things have to occur, regardless, because DOT...
We know what we want
The
there.
barriers. Well, do we want concrete
Yes.
things? Do we want signs?
No,
Concrete.
not
Concrete
signs.
barriers.
We want concrete barriers that are going right over across so that it really delineates between the parking and so no cars can come from parking onto Main Street from the
Okay.
parking lot.
Except the concrete barrier is approximately 18 inches at the base. It's going to have to go onto our easement of sidewalk.
The one at John Bernard's is about 6 inches, 8
Are
inches.
you talking about those little bumpers? I thought you were
No, but
talking
I mean,
about
they
a
could go
concrete
up in
barrier.
there.
A Well, no,
Even a block, even if it was a blocked wall.
well, a block is going to have to be at least 12 inches because you don't want it to fall over. But a concrete barrier is about, aren't they about 18 inches at the base? And then they taper up.
Why wouldn't
so that they don't fall over, especially if they're hit by a car.
Why wouldn't you use bollards? I
That's
say
what I'm
that-
saying, bollards. I didn't say concrete barrier, somebody else
Yeah,
did. So
but
I'm just,
what I'm getting at is, at least in the wintertime, when you've got 3 feet of snow on the ground, you can still see the bollards sticking up
I
above.
like bollards with signs on top.
And they can be put close enough together to where cars
A
can't get in
bollard
and
that's
out.
at least heavy enough, like we have up at the Grange by our...
Yeah, concrete-filled bollard. It would take up less space in the sidewalk.
Right.
So you're not going to narrow that sidewalk.
And you can
And you
always
can drill
put them
an
in the
anchor
ground.
sign on the top of the bollard.
Well, not,
Listen, there's a signage problem down there now.
yeah.
We don't want to add to the signage problem that's there. They're blatantly non-compliant in their
Our
signage.
regulatory signs are not part of our signage ordinance.
Right.
So, you know, because what I foresee is people parking up against them
Are you
on the
talking about a
sidewalk.
sign saying, parking only for 307 Main Street?
No,
What kind
I'm
of a-
talking about a sign that says, no parking sidewalk. Because the next issue is,
Right.
our police department
Yes.
can't ticket them for using those spaces, but they can ticket them if they cross our sidewalk, because that is directly a violation of state law. You cannot cross the sidewalk unless there's an ingress and egress there.
What about across the street and right down here?
Ingress and egress.
And right down here where you go
Those
into
are
the, growing like
grandfathered
a
since
weed.
that law was made. You can't make this law
I'm only
retroactive.
bringing them up because,
I had
the-
I had that conversation. You
Okay.
can't make a law retroactive.
but
Okay,
anyway.
But there is no access.
Right.
I just want something done
Yeah.
soon, because this is really ridiculous. This is nothing more than a delay.
Right, but I think we should have a plan before we go see the attorney.
I agree. So we sit down, we'll make time one day, either tomorrow or early next week, go over exactly what we want to see so we have what we need to take to go.
No, I think we can do it. Who wants bollards?
I do.
Bollards? Do you want to put barriers up of any kind?
What do
No
you want to
barriers?
see?
What are your ideas? Okay. What do you want for
wanna see?
barriers?
Concrete barriers.
You want barriers?
Yeah.
But they're gonna narrow the sidewalk.
They're not gonna be narrowing that much.
Okay.
You're not gonna move them. You're not gonna move them.
And the-
Nobody's gonna steal them.
What, a Jersey barrier?
Yeah. Nobody's gonna move them.
Yeah, but that's not really pleasing to the eye. I get it.
This whole thing isn't pleasing to my brain. I mean, you gotta do something so they don't move them.
Yeah, you're
And a
right.
Jersey barrier,
That's why I abstained.
and a Jersey, and a Jersey barrier can be drilled down. You could put signs into those so that people can see them when they're plowing.
Well, I would think if you had a big Jersey barrier sitting there,
You're gonna see it.
Nobody's going to drive.
No, like conceivably, there could be enough snow that would cover them.
Okay, I do have something to say.
Okay?
Where does the landlord's responsibility for drivers' bad driving habits begin or end?
Well,
I don't think it even exists.
Then how can we possibly force him to put something on his private property?
We're not.
We're not gonna put it on our
put it on
Oh,
the,
well, if we're gonna put it on ours, all I'm hearing is you gotta...
Oh, no, we're gonna put it on our sidewalk.
our sidewalk.
This or that.
Well, he has to put in the barrier, yeah, because DOT requires it.
That's
He
correct.
has one ingress and
That's not
egress to
us,
his
it's
parking
him.
lot from Prospect Street. And if you look at his driveway permit, it says specifically in there, it always has, that he has to put a barrier up along Route 3 so cars cannot ingress and egress that way.
That's why
That's been there forever,
Right.
and he hasn't done it. He's stalled.
Well, then...
he even
just
went
put
to DOT and
on
asked
it.
for a design.
We're talking about hiring a lawyer at town expense when this is a DOT issue. call DOT and say, look, he's in violation of his
There's two different
driveway
issues here.
permit. Please go and
There's
harass
two
him."
different issues here, though. There's the berm side where he needs the driveway cut on the Prospect Street side, and then we have the sidewalk issue where they're coming out of the parking lot over the sidewalk into Main Street.
And that's the DOT one, right?
No.
Well, if we put up
Yeah.
those, if we put up,
Apparently it is.
if we put up concrete barriers, I don't suppose DOT is going to push him to put berm up along the Route 3 side, because we've pretty much taken care of it. All the DOT cares about is that there's no ingress and egress from Route 3 into that parking lot.
We've taken on the responsibility for this at our expense with a lawyer, and it's actually his expense, and let DOT chase him around.
There's another side to it.
I just don't want to spend any more town money messing with this.
You know,
can
if
avoid
we
it.
do that...
Prospect Street
I hear
side-
you, Joe. I hear you loud and clear. I wish that was brought up 6 months ago. We're into it a year now. Nothing's done. Children are still walking there. Cars are still coming out of there and still going in there, parking in front, and it's absolutely craziness.
It's called DOT in the morning.
Joe has a point.
Yes, but they're not, you know that it's going to be at least 3, 4, 5, once they do a study, 6 months, 8 months
Let's
out
call the
of
governor in the afternoon. Then he called the Manchester Union leader the following morning with a story. It's like, we need some response. Let's get some response from the state. They take our money in order to do this, and they're downshifting this onto us.
He has a point. DOT knows that we're trying to negotiate some kind of agreement
We
with
haven't
them.
been able to get a
And we're
answer
trying-
out of those people in a year over 3 freaking parking places out front. All they gotta do is say yes or no, and they can't do it. What's up with that?
What are you talking
They haven't
about?
said
The
it,
ones in
Joe.
the front.
They're waiting for us.
They're waiting for us.
Waiting for us to do what?
Those parking...
He hasn't put an application in yet.
Yeah, those parking spaces were never granted to him. New Hampshire
Right.
DOT doesn't recognize that they even exist.
Where have I been for the last year?
I don't
We're
know.
waiting on Mark Morrow, and Mark Morrow's down there, and we're talking to him. What was that about?
That was talking about moving the sidewalk. Where can we put the sidewalk in respect to the traveled way of the highway? Talking about the berm required. We did talk about those parking spaces and agreed that they don't exist as far as DOT is
Right.
concerned, because he never went through the proper process.
Even he had
They have to
said
be
that.
requested by the Board of Selectmen.
Well,
So, I mean, but Joe has a point. If we call DOT District 3 and say, look, we have a huge problem, it's broken off, we're not working with them. We need
I say
you,
get an attorney.
we need you to enforce the berm, it has to go up ASAP. When can you do
I
that?
think it's beyond that.
I'd rather spend my money on the barriers. The hell with the attorney. Sick of spending money on an attorney. Put the barriers up and be done with it. It's done. It's completed.
You know for sure where the town property is?
Well,
We don't have town property. We have an easement, we have a right-of-way.
You know
That has-
exactly where that right-of-way is?
He drew it. If we don't touch where that sidewalk is, if we don't touch it, how can he complain? That's where he put it. That's where the property owner put our sidewalk.
So what are we going to do, run a curb all along the roadside?
I'm going to put up concrete barriers.
Concrete barriers.
Or bollards, or whatever this board can agree to put up.
And where do you propose to put these up?
From the edge of our painted sidewalk into
Right
our
straight through.
sidewalk.
Which painted edge, the street side or his side?
this
His
side.
side.
So if you put them on his side, that means that people could still come up and park on the sidewalk.
No.
How couldn't they? If
Not with the
the,
sign on the top that says no
You
parking in
can't park,
sidewalk.
you can't legally park a car on a sidewalk in
oh,
the
I
state.
know that, but
So
they're
that will
doing
take
it.
enforcement from our police department.
All right.
But they've been
All right.
doing it.
She's got a point. We'll put them on the other side. No big deal. Put them on the other side. Who cares? Put them on the other side. It's done. Nobody's pulling up and nobody's parking in there. Nobody's getting in and
Okay.
out of there. Buy the barriers instead of paying for a
Put them
lawyer.
on the street side, it'll protect the pedestrians from the cars. That's a good point. That's a good point. I like that.
Well, I'm just saying, if you don't put them on that side,
Then how can he complain? Because now we're on our right-of-way
right,
and the state's.
right.
And the state already said we could put our sidewalk further.
What about the Prospect side?
The Prospect side, we just enforce our driveway permit. He's got to put up his berm, what do we call it on it?
I think we gave him a choice.
How do we enforce the driveway permit when we've already asked him to do the driveway cut? We've asked him, how many times did we ask him to do the driveway cut?
In lieu of your recent letter, where it's
Obviously, he doesn't want to play
obviously, we are not going to be able to go negotiate a mutual agreement.
Right, so now on the
you will-
Prospect side, we're on the same,
You
we're
will
back to-
have to put in the berm as per the driveway permit issued by the town of Tilton, or required by the town of Tilton.
Right.
Something to that effect.
Yep. And we give him a time limit.
Yep.
You have 10 days, 1 week, whatever you want to
Yep.
make it, to get it done.
Yep. So what do we agree? Concrete barriers, or? I kind of like the concrete barriers on the street side.
Is that Jersey barriers? Is that when you say concrete barriers?
Yeah, Jersey barriers.
Point taken.
Those are the things that
Point
they put at
matched.
the end of the Pine Street Bridge?
Correct.
Yep.
Once and for all, get it over.
Gotta be something, you always do.
What about cement
Gotta be
bollards?
a more decorative way of coming up with
Cement-
something.
You could put them every 5 feet, every 6 feet,
Oh, no, not every 6 feet, you can squeeze a car in there.
every 5 feet. That'd be a little
And they
car.
could still squeeze motorcycles in and
Yeah,
out.
I'd go every 4 feet. Chief, every 4, 5, 6 feet for a bollard on the Main Street side.
Let's say 4.
How wide is a motorcycle?
2.5
If you have problems with them, you can string
Two
it.
and a half feet?
30 inches?
30,
You have a
30
problem
inches?
with them, we just have
Might
Dennis go
even be
down and we'll
34
chain
on a
from one
road
to one, and we have a nice
cane.
chain
One of those
fence.
big ones, but I'm telling you that at 30 inches, a guy with a 30-inch motorcycle is not going to take a chance going through a 34-inch hole in the metal pipes.
So I say every 4 feet. I'd go for bollards. I don't want to hinder, looking like the slum. We really want to invite business. We really want to invite businesses to grow.
Right.
That's not the issue. The issue is the safety that I'm concerned with. So let's make it so that it's decent and it doesn't look like they're closed like the other. That was the whole thing. When we put the barriers up, it looked like they were closed. But if we put bollards up, the cars can't come out.
I've seen.
It solves the issue, but do you think that they'll try to come out if we put them on the Main Street side and the people children walking back and forth there? Which way are they most
I think
protected?
Sandy's right. Let's put him on the Route 3 sidewalk side. It's a safer side, because we're not on his property line, we're on the state's right-of-way line. If we have a problem with cars in the parking lot parking into our sidewalk, we can always go with the little concrete things like up at the Grange on the parking lot side. We'll put in more bollards. But I don't remember, when you get in front of his building where he has given himself those 2 parking spaces, is our side, he has to cross our sidewalk to get to them,
Yes,
correct?
that's
Okay. So we should run the bollards all the way down to the other light pole.
Okay,
What's
now
your opinion? Should it be on the Main Street side or on the
Yeah.
other side?
The only thing I want to remind people of, and I mean, I know it's going to sound like a contradiction, but it is true. We have all seen semi-trailer trucks making a left off of Pine Street, going towards Franklin.
Park Street.
And Park Street, and they swing real wide, usually onto the sidewalk as they come around and straighten up.
And they may have a bollard with them.
Yeah, and they may take
Have
Well,
trouble
both.
then
with
they'll have to
bollard.
get off at exit 20 instead of exit 19,
Twice.
which will help Northfield out, because that's what they're doing.
Oh, I know. They're supposed to go up to exit 20 anyway, but,
So, I mean, it's going to help Northfield out, it'll keep those tractor trailers off of Park Street. And those that happen to come out of the industrial park and have to go that way, will just have to be a little more careful about the wide swing they take.
yeah. Maybe we can talk to the state and they can put up a sign at the exit 19 all semi-trailer trucks or all large trucks use exit 20.
I think that's probably Northfield's conversation.
Are we all,
I'm gonna get him to put up a
But
sign.
let's get back to barriers and bollards.
Yeah. Well, I still think bollards are better, because you can sink those in the ground, they can be locked in place, and the only way you can take them down is you can unhook them and pull them out. But it would also be beneficial if you had to do work on the sidewalk or something, you'd be able to take them out while you do the work and then put them back, if you had
Bollards don't
to.
come in and out.
Well, I thought you could unlock them and pull them out.
You could buy them that do that, but they're not very secure. We have them up at,
we want the ones
Park.
that are up, like they have up at the Grange surrounding the well. They're in, it's cement,
Those are
it's
cast
up.
iron pipes, 2.5
Full of
feet
concrete.
into the ground.
Yeah.
full of concrete.
Okay, well, then let's put that. That way, there's no way that people are going to go past that and hit
You know what
pedestrians.
you could do that would even be decorative is string a chain in between.
Right.
That's kind of a decorative thing.
Yes.
More in tune with the older nature of downtown Tilton.
Kinda like
But you
the
can put
park.
a little round ball on top of them, and I can get behind that. A concrete Jersey barrier, just,
I have no,
I
I'm
make a
not,
motion, we put bollards along the
Yes.
Route 311 side of our sidewalk every 4 feet.
'Cause that
307 from
enhances
Prospect
the
Street
brick. That would
down
really
to the
enhance
telephone pole by the gas station parking lot.
second.
Could you redo that motion, please?
Oh, wait till I get back to it. Hold on. Sandy, motion to contact...
No, she just gave you a motion.
I'm sorry. We were
looking
discussing
at bollards.
bollards. I'm sorry, I apologize, but we were
Well,
looking...
I'm not going to tell you, you're going to have to use ESP.
I'll have to listen to the tape. Just listen to the tape.
I was going to say, I don't even know if I remember.
Found some really nice bollards.
I made a motion to put bollards in along the Route 311 side of our sidewalk at 307 Main Street from Prospect Street down to the telephone pole by the gas station every 4 feet.
By the gas station.
Immediately. Now, like, right now, like, I want to see them drilling holes tomorrow.
Second.
No, that's gone. That motion-
discussion.
Oh, that's gone?
Yeah,
Oh, I
they
thought they were
didn't
still...
Now the attorney's gone.
We've moved on, Joyce.
Joyce, they've gone.
While you were discussing Ballard.
We have left, we're not going to be on his property at all, we will be on right-of-way property.
Yep.
So we're not going to touch his property.
Sandy just saved the taxpayers hundreds of dollars.
And added to the historical
ambiance.
characteristics of downtown.
Are we going to put chains
The final design, I think, should be subject to,
Let's get the bollards in,
we could always
and
add
then
to
decide
it.
about the chain.
We can add to the chains or a thing on the top or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Chains through the bollards.
What are we going to do with the Prospect side?
I think that's a separate
It's
issue.
a
Let's get
separate
this one.
motion, if nothing
Why
else.
couldn't
Yeah,
we
okay.
carry the, well, we
We
can't.
can't.
No.
That's a separate issue, that's the
get this.
driveway permit. Okay, the motion, any more discussion on the motion?
I do have a little discussion.
Okay.
How far along that section of the road is this going to travel? Is it going to be from the light pole?
From Prospect Street light pole to the telephone pole down by the gas station corner.
The gas mart or whatever it is?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the
Yeah,
store.
Okay.
Where, someone's have to show him, because he won't do anything.
Who's going to decide exactly where they're going to go?
We'll show them, Joyce.
Because if you tell Dennis, start drilling in the morning, he's going to say, drill where?
I'll be here. We can, we'll
Exactly
show 'em.
where they're going to be.
We will show 'em.
Enough, I'll be here.
I got a 200-foot tape, I'll show them. We can all show them.
What time do you want to meet him? I mean, I'll call him at 7.
We have a meeting tomorrow morning,
We have a meeting at 9.
At 9?
Yeah.
yeah, 9 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
I'm going to have to hustle tomorrow.
And we can do that. We can just already fences.
It's our sidewalk, it's our right-of-way, and it's temporary, it can be removed.
Depending on what we put in there, yeah. We were just talking about cast iron poles with cement in them buried 2 feet in the ground.
Right.
It's not so easy to remove.
Chain in a backhoe bucket.
Go buy the stuff too, right?
Yeah.
He knows where to buy them.
Now, part of the discussion here.
as point of discussion, if you have and you put bollards here,
Yeah.
right there, what stops them from going in here?
What? I'm sorry, where's Prospect Street? I'm trying to understand.
There's Prospect Street. There's the telephone pole in the corner.
Nothing. If they continue to do that, then we put a curb along the other side of the sidewalk.
And then they continue, oh, there's a sign here, so they can't do
They
that.
can't go out this way.
Right.
Right.
And here's our sidewalk, so they can't cross our sidewalk to get out. So they get in there, not sure, they're gonna have to back out of there.
Yeah.
So there aren't gonna be too many people that go in there. And if we find them getting onto our sidewalk, we'll put them
Well,
along
there's a
there.
pole right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to stop them from going that direction.
How about that direction?
Well, that's that separate
There's a
story.
sign pole, there's a signpost here, there's a light pole here, and he's gonna have to run his berm here.
Right.
Because here's his ingress and egress from us.
So the sign pole is in the corner here.
Right.
Because the sidewalk goes this way.
Right.
Well, it kinda goes into it, but yeah, that's close enough.
So they still, is there still enough room there?
Not if we place this bollard just right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because this sidewalk actually comes up into the sign pole.
Now,
Like this.
okay, so if we do this, should we check with DOT on that?
Nah.
Okay. I've,
We'll have to put that one in shallow.
all right, the motion was to put ballards in, from the telephone pole to the end of the sidewalk where the light pole is? Effective immediately?
Well, I think we're going to have to give him a few days. He's got to get the materials and stuff.
That doesn't, he'll have them, he can get them tomorrow.
He'll get them tomorrow. Oh, you already talked to him?
I just called him.
So now we have to.
All right, so, all those in, is there any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye. I know. But
You
it's
were the
still
one
3 to 2. It's still 3 to 2.
I know, but I don't understand. You're the one that came up with the idea of using decorative bollards in that you could
And if
go
we're
along
going to
with.
do that, then we should use the decorative bollards. Doesn't mean that I'm in favor of going forth first thing in the morning to put up.
Oh, okay.
But if we're putting up at least I can live with the bollards a lot better than the jerseys.
Sounds like sports teams.
The jersey
bollards.
barriers.
Just barriers.
Joe, you can even get some out of recycled plastic.
Filled with cement, that'll work just as good as cast iron.
Except when you hit them, the plastic cracks.
Cracks.
And then eventually peels off, and then the concrete falls over.
Do
Next.
you want to see us, or are you?
Well, no, we have the budget waiting.
He's on the agenda.
5:35 already.
Yep.
5:45.
35.
Oh, very good.
A little easier to read.
Joe, oops.
Dean asked me to bring something up. I think it had to do with the seal. The what?
The public hearing?
Well, she wanted me to bring it up with the board about CIPs. I can't can't remember.
You have to give the report on
Yeah, mine doesn't have the salary on it.
what they...
No, that's not, no, that's not.
All I
Tech sheet, right
all
here.
I can tell you is what they said.
To who needs it?
Me.
There was no negative.
Right, there was no negative
What you
comments.
said. That's what it is.
Okay. So, based on the meeting the other day, Joyce and I discussed the budget, went through some changes, and I've highlighted the changes since the last one you saw with the shaded column. A couple of other things. You'll note on the front page where it says department, it says fund code and department code next to it. So to make it a little more readable for width, each of the account numbers is missing the fund number and department number, but it's next to the department name. So just in case you're trying to cross-reference it with one of the other financial reports. So the moderator, supervisors of the checklist and election registration, those were corrected. Life and disability, there was no change from last year. Legal was increased based on the input from the board. Janitorial, we used the figure that Selectman Plesner gave me, divided 50-30-20, 50% for town hall, 30% for PD, and 20% for park commission. So that's what that number is, and of course that could change, I guess.
Yep.
And let's see, the next item is in finance, and this is something that I took the liberty to make this change, and which is also why I gave you the updated technology budget. But in discussing with various people and the chief regarding his budget, how we moved the liability insurance from his budget into admin, we thought that it made sense to also move the license fee, because within the technology line, we have all the other licenses for the town, with the exception of this other one for the PD, which is their IMC software. So you don't really get a full picture of the information technology cost of the town, because you'd have to know that it's in maintenance and repair in the PD budget, and you'd have to know which one to look for to piece it together. So this way you kind of get a better view of what the information technology costs are for the town. And the reason why I think that's important is because it gives, I think we're going to see increased focus over the next few years as we become more technologically integrated between departments, and we see more technology being put in. I think it's going to be really important to have a very clear view of how much we're spending. We do spend less than most towns do as a percentage of total budget. So we're doing well in that department, but in any event, that's why on the technology budget, the IMC software license was put in there, along with some services, consultant services that the PD might require during the year.
Well, I have two things to say about that transfer. It doesn't give us, I mean, even moving the liability, I understand why we moved the liability insurance out, but it doesn't give us a clear picture of what the PD costs, which is what we've been trying to do. And that amount for the licensing of that software is not something that we control. The PD decided to have that particular program. So it is a direct cost to the PD.
I don't disagree. However, all the other departmental licenses are in that technology line.
Right.
That's because 99% of them are in town hall.
That's correct, but they're not within my direct control. So, this was a case of, and it obviously doesn't have to stay there. I can put it back the way it was, but, and it's probably more stylistic than anything. But that was something that I took the liberty of doing. I can certainly change that. depending upon how the board feels. It's, you know,
Anytime that people have to look outside of the department to find the department's costs, that's going to be more confusing maybe than trying to break it out the way that you're doing it. I understand what you're saying, but if I'm looking for the cost of the police department, I'm not going to think to go to the technology line in town hall.
But there are also other things that are certainly kind of an infrastructure cost that
Right.
is within the admin budget that directly benefits the PD. It's hard to say. The thing is, equipment maintenance and repair, I would never think to look for a software license in maintenance and repair. You know, so I mean,
No, and I agree with that, certainly. But
Yeah.
whatever you put it in should be in the police department budget.
Yeah, but if you,
It's a new line.
even if you really want people to have a true understanding of what things cost, if you group all your same costs together, like your licensing fees, if they're all in one location, then there they are. It's easy enough to give people a detail on what those fees, licenses would be for. And, you know, it's kind of like when he shows stuff, and then you go to the back pages where it's broken down from department to department to, you know, give an explanation for that amount of money. It can be shown in other ways, but as far as the overall budget, you're putting it all together, you're lumping it like you do everything else, like our liabilities lumped, you know, it's so that you can look at that line and you can say, whoa, this is what it costs to have all those licenses for our computers. You know, no matter what, but it's all together.
But you would have to know that the PD's license was in ours to ask for how much does it cost for the PD to have that license. We have the benefit of that knowledge, so we can get that breakdown, but I'm talking about the general public, the person at town meeting that opens up their report and goes, what's a PD cost me this year? And they go to the bottom line.
well,
I mean, and it's probably a small amount comparatively of the rest of it, but the more we keep taking out of those, I mean, for me, we have 3 budgets, town hall, PD, and highway.
well, the thing.
And the more we take out of it and put in other places, gives it more skews. What does it cost us to have that PD? What does it cost us to have the highway department?
The
For the
admin,
general public.
but the admin budget, I know we all think of it as town hall budget, but admin is the overall administrative of the whole town.
Right.
And you put your main,
But again, the general public doesn't know that. They
well,
don't
you
see
tell
it that way.
them.
We
When
do.
they ask, we tell them.
And then when they don't ask, they assume.
If you were to look at the finance budget, I mean, really, everything in there is distributed throughout the town. The debt certainly is, the TAN expense covers
Right.
all the borrowing we need.
Sure.
You know, those are very wide, with the exception of a few that are directly attributable to my activity.
But if we go back 12 years ago, when the budget was one page, maybe a dozen lines, and I still remember the lawyer at the local government center telling us that we were nuts to make it, you know, more transparent. That's what we strived for, and now it seems to me that, you know, again, we keep taking out of it. We're making it less transparent for the general public
But
who
we're not-
doesn't know what we know.
I don't think that that's true, because under the finance, we have technology, under the technology expense, we have highway department.
Yep.
You know, how is that transparent? How is that?
Because it's always been there.
Well,
We haven't taken it out of highway. It's always been there.
I know, but,
Exactly the
I mean,
same thing.
but it's the same but it's the same
Then
concept.
maybe we should
People-
take it out and put it in highway. All I'm saying
Then you have
is,
to take out the town
more
clerk,
we
and then you have to
take-
take out the administrative office, and you have to take out sewer.
Okay, I've said my piece. You don't have to do what I say. I'm giving you my opinion. The more
Well, I
we take
understand
out of
that.
these individual budgets, now that we've gotten them up to where we wanted them, and the more we start piecing them down, to me, we're going backwards.
I think we're expanding where we can expand and be more transparent, but we're grouping where we can group on some of them in, for instance,
purpose?
technology. And I think that's the point. We are breaking things out where we can, i.e. your cleaning and janitorial services, whereas we're grouping under the technology
license contracts because you're in charge of the contracts.
I think
And I
we've
think
beaten
that's
this
really,
dead horse to death.
you know, I think that's,
Well, my reaction was the same as yours when Tim and I talked about this, and then when I thought about it, I think you're absolutely right. When you look at most communities, larger communities, they actually have, I don't know, we used to call them data processing line items. There's an actual chart of accounts for all your data processing. We don't call it data processing.
No, they don't.
No.
20 years ago.
Yeah, so
You're
where
dating
you do
yourself.
have, the town now is fortunate where we do have a department that's got this high-level view of all of this. It does make sense that it would all be, which is under your control, that it would all be.
Do we control the software that we're paying for?
Well,
Does our finance department or the Board of Selectmen, did we have any say in picking out this software? No, we did not.
Oh, years ago, I'm sure you did.
No, we did not.
Because the state provided it.
No,
They
we
wanted to
did
get
not.
all the-
It was the software that was used, it's generated by Belknap County, we just don't have a say. And like I said, let's move on. We've beaten this dead horse up. I just gave you my opinion.
Well,
The Board of Selectmen make a decision on whether they're moved or not. So,
well,
that's my opinion. Let's move on.
Well,
We just spent 10 minutes.
In order to send this to the Budget Committee tomorrow, what would you prefer to do then? Would you prefer that I just put it back the way we had it? So it would be 25, I think it was 26,589, or 25,589 in the technology, and then just replace that back into the equipment maintenance?
I have a question at the risk of extending this. Would you then have, in the police department line items, that same line item with a zero, just like you did for liability?
Showing it
because-
No,
moved
because it
out.
wasn't a separate line item.
It's within equipment maintenance and repair, which incorporates a number of other things. There's still $7,100 in that line for other items. I mean, it could have a separate technology line for the
Is that a
PD.
big problem?
No.
Add one more line to technology and move it back to police? That definitely is transparent. Keep
I think
it in
that
the
would-
police department.
I think that would, I was going to ask the chief that, because that would also take some of his equipment in, everything that you've put in for under equipment, i.e. a printer or anything like that, you would have to move into that technology line.
No, I'm not talking about changing the equipment line. I'm
Well-
adding a whole new line for this.
Yeah, Joe, but some of the equipment that's in there now, under the equipment and purchases, is, for instance, printers or, I don't know, what else you got in there?
Sounds like equipment.
Yeah.
So why would you have to?
Well,
move that
because in Tim's, under Town Hall, right now,
Yeah.
printers, faxes, anything like that is all under technology, right now.
His printers don't go in his equipment line?
Right,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
Mr. Finance, is that correct?
I didn't understand the question.
He's going to buy a printer.
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't come out of his equipment line. It comes out of the technology budget for admin. and-
No, it comes out of his equipment line.
It does come out of.
Yes.
Why would we change that at all? We're just talking about this $6,000, aren't we? And
No.
at the risk of extending this.
We're talking about the amount of money for his, what do you call it?
The licenses.
License.
Software license.
So you wouldn't call it technology expense, you would call it, if you called it technology expense, you would have to, the other related expenses that the chief has in his budget under equipment purchases would have to be moved for transparency to the technology line.
Maybe if it just renamed that line to a PD,
To
equipment
software.
maintenance, repair, and licenses.
How much money are we talking about?
$6,000.
6 grand, a little over 6
A
grand.
little over.
Everybody knows.
About
now,
9
leave it
grand,
alone.
9, 10 grand.
I'll take care of I'll take care of putting that back. So,
I give up.
hey,
You
man.
guys win.
Well, I think I don't think that that's yet been decided, Tim, so I want the consensus of the board.
No, I abstain.
You abstain?
Joe, come on, we have to make a decision here, one way
Okay,
or
where
another.
it goes.
You can't
I'm not-
abstain all night.
Okay, but I would like to make a motion to move that line back to the original line in the police department.
Second.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. Motion's made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Same.
So I guess it,
I guess we leave it,
I guess it should go back and stay because we never voted to take it out. How's that?
That's true, you didn't. Yeah.
Exactly right. That's
oh,
why I
that
said-
motion dies, that's where that leads
Where-
right now.
But the Board of Selectmen never
No,
motioned
that's
to
correct.
take it out.
Yeah.
Where
that
is the
motion dies.
liability line?
It's in...
In the admin?
It's down at the bottom where you see umbrella.
Umbrella liability? I wondered if that was it. Okay.
See where it's up by about
Yep.
$20,000?
993.
It's okay, Joe, it's okay, Joe.
Next.
It's okay by me.
We'll call
Yeah.
it property. We're going to change that to property anyway.
I don't know where umbrella came from.
That's just been there forever.
Well, that's,
So property liability?
is it Travelers? We're going to catch everything in this umbrella.
So, just so that I'm clear, I am, since I didn't have the authority to do that anyway to begin with, and that was at my liberty, I will put that back the
So
way it
you're
was.
the one.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, but I took a
Who'd have
risk.
thunk it?
But there was full disclosure. So, going further, the janitorial service, that is the 30% portion of what the projected contract cost is for the PD. There was no change, I believe, to Public Works. And then-
Can we go back to janitorial? My question on it, I'm looking at the PD's cost. Does that include stripping their floors?
I have no idea what's in the contract.
I gave him the overall estimate, because we're meeting with him tomorrow. I
Okay.
told him that could change.
So that will definitely change,
was-
because all of them included the cost for stripping those floors. And I believe we were advised during the interviews that those floors should be stripped twice a year.
Right.
And not once.
This was
So-
based on total...
So that will go
contract.
up, okay.
It was based on a total contract of just under $14,800.
Okay.
This was to plug in a number.
To plug it
Yeah,
in.
no, I just wanted to
This
make
is
a
going to
note.
go to the Budget Committee as a draft.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note.
Yep.
And Catherine, I know you haven't had a chance to review this, so I'd be more than happy to sit down with you tomorrow or anytime to go over what we went through
It's really
today.
self-explanatory, it's very well done.
On page 5, the other changes from the other day were Genesis, which you had voted on,
Yep.
Child and Family Services, which you voted on,
Yep.
and the Recreation Council, which you had voted on.
Well, we voted on animal control. We voted on,
Well, I mean...
Franklin visiting
voted on
nurses.
Changing, I'm sorry.
oh, changing,
Voted to
okay.
change. Otherwise,
They're the same.
department requests were brought over.
Right.
Okay.
So that all comes down to the Selectmen recommended column, and as it stands now, that's a projected budget of $4,662,026, which is a little more than 1/3% of an increase, so just about flat.
Oh, now, when you send this as a draft to the Budget Committee,
May I just point out one other thing before, because
Yeah.
this may have a bearing on it, and of course, my copy, thank you. I got the copy that didn't have it. On the very back, on page 6, does yours not have it?
I don't have a page 6.
Okay.
I do.
Nope.
You do.
Nope.
Some do, some don't?
Nope.
There is I'll pass it around, there is a list of employees.
I don't know the number.
There's,
Oh, so they get 6 and we don't.
Wow.
For that.
This way you'll
You have 6 right there.
It doesn't, it
That's
says
5 of
page
6.
5 of
No, I guess
6.
I don't have it.
Yeah,
It's
what-
5 of 6.
yeah, what you're going to see here is a list of employees by department, and whether they're salaried, hourly, whether they're full-time, part-time, what their rate of pay is, and when it breaks down into the collective bargaining unit, what their first half rate is, what their second half rate is, what their annual compensation is, and then there's a separate column for New Hampshire retirement and a separate column for all other benefits.
Right.
So all the benefits of employer taxes, insurances, life, health, disability, dental, everything is in that, including projected buyouts, where it's been budgeted, everything that is considered an employee benefit or associated with the employee.
Compensated absences and
Yes, yeah.
they're included with that individual.
Yes. Yep. So everything, so it basically has 3 columns for each employee. One, the annual wage, the New Hampshire retirement, and then benefits. And the reason why I wanted you to see it was...
We didn't want to be able to...
Be too...
That's not going
No,
forward.
it's just for you folks.
No.
But still, it's a good summary page of everything. So if someone asks, well, how many hours is so-and-so's wage based upon?
Right. And the hours are... Thank you, Catherine. Oops.
Okay.
So...
That wasn't my question, though.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to point out that this was not going to be going, so what I must have done, I must have printed out the one that I had intended for the budget committee, and not the one that I intended for you.
Okay, the one that, I just turned it over. The ones that we voted on, that goes to the budget committee, is that what they're going to know that we voted on that already?
I wasn't planning on that. I was actually planning on removing the gray shaded blocks, but leaving the amounts as they exist in the department request and selectmen, and then leaving the E's where they're estimated, which is on the very back page, page 5 of 6. Where I don't believe we have anything yet from Recycling Park Commission, and we're waiting to hear about CASA.
We do have something from CASA.
Yeah, it came in.
Yep, we do.
Okay, good. All right, so
Now,
and was it 500?
Yes.
Okay, so I can take the E out.
Yeah, we do. We just got it today.
Under the CBA, it would seem as though we're missing a corporal.
Under what?
CBA.
No.
It's not listed on mine. I was just, it doesn't have it corporal in parentheses.
Yes.
Yeah, you are.
And I was wondering if the figures that are in there are actually true for that position without the increase that would come with the promotion.
No, that's his, the other corporal is different.
Right.
Because of the length of time in service.
I understand that, but there's still a raised
we're missing
associated.
I don't know what happened to him. He dropped off.
I just want to make sure that
Where'd he go?
I don't know.
he's in there.
Yeah, the number that's
Yeah, it went
in
up
the
a dollar,
budget is separate
dollar
from
3
this.
cents, yeah. Go ahead, Catherine.
Sorry for the interruption, but the public hearing was at 6 o'clock. I didn't
Oh,
know.
yeah. Thank you for that interruption. Let me just open it, yeah. Do I have it?
Should be in the FYI.
Yeah, he's not in here at all, is he?
Yeah, no.
We disowned
I
him.
will open the public hearing for an easement agreement from the town of Tilton, map in lot number R954, to Haven Grove LLC, Matt in lot number R953, and Matt lot R955. The purpose of this easement is to establish a pathway for employees to safely pass from the parking lot on Lot 53 across Lot 54 to Lot 55, located on Grange Road, Tilton, New Hampshire. And 2, a quick claim deed from the state of New Hampshire to the town of Tilton, map U5, Lot 24, also known as Vest Pocket Park, located at 320 Main Street, Tilton, New Hampshire. I declare this public hearing open.
Yeah, keep in mind, these are drafts. I did have a terrible time with this particular employee sheet, and this is new, and it pulls from other things, so it is not the source for the budget. But it pulls from the source, so it missed that, but that's why it's a draft.
Okay, I was still trying to understand what Joe's question was.
It's missing a corporal.
But he's had another question on hourly, the difference from the corporal, the rate.
The rate is, I just wanted to make sure that the rate listed for the individual that should have been listed as corporal is actually correct.
It is.
Okay.
Okay, that
Yep.
was my,
It is.
Okay.
Yep.
just doesn't say corporal.
It
Yeah,
does.
for this one right here, under Nate,
Yeah.
it says corporal next to it.
For Nate Morrison.
Right.
Where's the other corporal list?
He's totally missing.
He's not even here.
Not on here.
He's
Right.
not here at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
that's
is
what he
that-
was
I don't have to
saying.
worry about the hourly rate. being
That's correct.
because
He's
it's not
gone.
on there.
Well, no, it's the same. They're both the same.
Oh, didn't you know?
I'm looking for his name, and I'm going, well, maybe
Yeah.
I'm just glancing over it, I guess. But I noticed that the corporal wasn't with it.
I think it's
I'm guessing
time.
there'll be a new and improved version
I think
of this.
I think it's time for chocolate. I think these
I think it's gone.
Their technology budget, you have been very active in getting the computer systems in Town Hall up to snuff. Are there any left to do next year, or are we pretty well
There's still-
set?
There's still some to install, but no, not from new systems. I have them in my office.
But so we're pretty well set. Everybody's covered.
And I've purchased...
Technology isn't going to
Purchased,
do
yeah.
that.
Purchased surveillance systems for both the senior center and highway, and those are on order right now.
Nice.
And we'll have a projector before the end of the year.
Nice. Not a screen though yet.
Well, if I can fit the screen in.
Nice pull down.
I'm thinking
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
the network attached storage is something I really want to get in soon. If I've got enough in this year's budget, I may come to you and ask you for permission to do that.
Meeting room projector screen, we have one. Or are you talking about the...
Big boy.
Big boy.
Bigger boy.
Yep, little motorized one that comes down. Well, you know what? Well, I'll tell you, the
Oh, God, the phone system.
The fire department got theirs from a grant from Walmart, their projection system. They're motorized.
You know, you did bring up an interesting point. You know, since the license will be in the PD budget, shouldn't we then move the IP phone stuff from the technology line into that PD line?
Because it's for the PD. A good point.
I would say yes.
Me too.
Now, the
You voting on that?
may I ask a question about that? What is the thing in the FYI with MetroCast and the business phone?
I'm not seeing anything.
Okay.
On the back, Catherine, of the technology budget, I don't know whether you saw, but this is our debt service. I know you want to see it.
Oh, I didn't see that. I don't know why debt service makes me so happy, but...
The major change here is in the 1, 2, 3, 4th block over from the top, under debt issues, which is the refinanced USDA.
Oh, yeah.
So this is our town debt.
Nice job, huh, Catherine?
Yeah, it is. I was looking at
Isn't
that.
that a great job?
Yeah, we're going to save some money this year. So in any case, that's what I'll do then. I will I will remove the gray boxes. I will change umbrella to property on page 1. I will fix the technology, remove all the PD-related items, and put it back into the PD budget. And remove the E next to CASA. Make sure that there's no employee information on the back. And then, if you're okay with sending this as in draft format.
So they don't know what we've already voted on, right?
No, they would just see under the Selectmen column, which is certainly your prerogative to change it anytime up until you present it to them.
No, I didn't want to influence it in any way, their votes in any way, because some of the ones we voted on, I understood last night that they hadn't voted on yet, so I didn't want to influence that in any way.
Well, they will see the department request, and they would see the column that says Selectmen.
Yes, but they won't, that's our recommendation.
Right, they wouldn't.
We haven't seen, we haven't totally voted
right.
that this is the budget going to town meeting.
And I can make it clear in the email to them that, this budget has not been voted on.
Right.
This is the new current, okay.
Right.
I'm still receiving.
No, thank you, though.
Which is what we explained to them last night and
thank you, me too.
the week before, that they would be getting one soon, shortly. Our goal was to get it out on Friday, but it would be a draft. They asked a few questions last night if there was any dramatic changes. I said legal was one of the biggest ones, because it was so overexpended. And other than minor changes, there wasn't any real great, other than the merit raises, there wasn't anything huge difference in anything. So.
Yeah, I can give you kind of a synopsis of where the changes are, if you like it, at some point. There's the biggest change is that we had a reduction in our debt service between the absence of Silver Lake Road bond and also the refinancing of the USDA debt. And but as you can see, the budget overall is up 0.3%. So that even though we had a reduction of, say, $110,000 in debt, between other things that were going on, we're just slightly ahead of last year, the way it stands now. So.
Great. All right, so this is going to go in my other book here.
The other day, yeah. Anything else anyone would like to add prior to my sending that off? I will send it out to the board so you get a look at it, and
thank you, I appreciate it. I appreciate all the hard work.
It's not me.
It's not me.
I had to say it,
I
Joyce.
turned mine off.
I had to say it, mine's off.
Thank you,
Okay.
Tim.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is the original for, you need to keep that. Oh, here.
Yep, right here.
I think it's all signed, right?
Yep.
This one all signed?
This one needs to go to Catherine.
I can look at it tomorrow.
Okay, Joyce.
Can I go through and explain what's in the to be signed folder?
Oh, yeah. Who's got the to-be-signed folder? Me,
I do, I
you?
got it in my hand.
Okay.
Okay, the first item is that we were on the ball. We got in touch with all the chairmen of all of our committees, asked them to send a request for these stipends, and also to make sure that we had W-4s on all the new appointees. So it will be seamless. It's always been kind of like haphazard, trying to make sure that we get them all in, and this way they're all in, and I just put in tonight, midway through the meeting, I did get the trustee trust funds.
Nice.
So that would be easy.
Oh, so I had to sign that one, I signed them earlier.
That one just came in.
Okay.
For the sake of simplicity, I didn't sign the zoning board one on, because Joe is part of that board, and I didn't want it to look. So I purposely didn't sign.
How ethical.
Huh?
You see, how ethical.
Well, I'm trying.
There's a Lauren one in there.
The long one I have to, let's see, this, we approved that. This still needs 2 signatures. I spent some time on the phone with Dennis, Mark Gelinas, and Muriel, who does all the contract work in Bestway, just to make sure some of the changes we made, I made sure that the title of it was the same title of our original contract. For some reason, they had put the word recycling in there, which didn't have anything to do with this. We clarified that this is an extension of term for 3 years, ending March 31st of 2016. For some reason, they had February in there. Our year has always been from April 1st to March 31st. We clarified that for demolition, remember we had demolition and hauling?
Right.
It's demolition and clean wood.
Oh, okay.
Right now, we have our construction demolition and our clean wood, we have hauled through NRRA. And it's best way of doing it through NRRA. And he normally charges $85 per ton, and he's reducing that to $75 per ton. And he also was charging $100 per haul. And so he's making both the demo and clean wood at $90 per haul. So Dennis needs to contact NRRA and let them know that Bestway will be picking up and collecting that directly through the highway department and not NRRA. And he assured me that we would get the slips that we did there. So that's tremendous savings there. And as always, we just put in here that Tilton residents are more than welcome to bring their single-stream recyclables there, and they can also bring all their other items, but there would be a fee that they normally charge. And also the same fuel surcharge, which is in our original contract, we just made sure that we brought it forward. So this is good to sign, and it's correct, so we'll go with that. And I just explained all the stipends. Okay, this is the, through the LGC, this is our contract with them for the year. The only plan change that we made was the, all of our prescription plans now have the 10, 25, 40, and then the mail-in program is 10, 40, 70. At the 2 employee presentations that we made, there was only one question that came up about the change in the prescription plan. There was favorable response from everybody about the increase in the dental, making it $2,000 per year. And there was interest in the SOS plan. We may see a couple of singles in the one department that will try it. But I think they generally appreciated the fact that the selectmen are looking out for finding other plans, because remember we had removed the JY.
Right.
And probably next year we're moving the Blue Choice 3-tier, so that we're still offering options. So the overall sense was that they were appreciative and very interested in seeing what we had to offer. So other than the $2,000 increase in the dental and changing the medical, that's all. I just need the board to sign. They don't do 5 signatures, I'm sorry. 5 signature lines.
And how much money do we pay them every year?
Oh, a lot.
I think it's disgusting.
Yeah, tell them forget it. Never mind.
I think it's disrespectful, I'm sorry. It's a real pet peeve of mine. Thousands of dollars we pay them, and they can't put 5 lines on a piece of paper?
I don't. You think so?
Well, I'll make a motion to have Pat Constantino as chairman.
No. Make a motion, you sign it.
No,
It's a
You're
pet
the
peeve
chairman.
of mine, I know, but it's still a pet
I think we
peeve.
should all sign it. Maybe
Okay.
they'll get the point.
And all, since I've been here, you've all signed.
Okay,
Where's the line?
Okay, so that's going back in.
we'll sign all over the bottom and up the side.
Yeah, you know?
I'm gonna sign across the middle. There was no line, so I just signed it where I wanted.
Sign on top, Joe.
And the last one is, this is an abatement application for an individual whose veteran's credit had been removed. And the reason Lauren had removed it, and it was very good because she keeps all her documentation,
Right.
is because she had received information saying that the individual had moved and had rented out their home,
Right.
and that was not the case at all.
But didn't she verify the information she received?
She went on what the individual told her and wrote. So this is a tax credit, so this, if we could, he's stationed out of state for 3 years, and he has every intention of returning to his home. It is his primary home, and he could return to his home at a moment's notice. That's the criteria for residency, for the veteran's credit.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
I'm just waiting for Pat to get, you haven't seen this because you weren't here Thursday. Let me just explain, this is a draft that Lauren had prepared and she sent to the attorney.
I thought it was supposed to come to the selectmen
Well,
and then to the attorney.
when she sent it to me, she had already sent it to me.
All right.
These were the changes that the attorney made, which I had incorporated in the letter that I gave to the board on Tuesday. And then this are the changes that I made at the request of the board.
Okay.
So is this letter, all the changes, the attorney's, yours,
And mine.
and yours? So this is the beginning, this is the middle, this is the end? Does everybody have a copy of this?
No.
Or shall I make copies? And let's start at the beginning.
Well, I've read the bottom, so I just need to read Joyce's letter and then...
Read it first. Are still in there?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't change any of that. Who all is going on the 4th? Has anybody, have you RSVP'd yet? I won't be going.
What is the
Wanted to go,
4th?
but
What's the
I'm not.
4th?
What's the 4th?
This is the New Hampshire Municipal Lawyers Association, their issues in municipal employment law.
Oh, I can't go.
I'm going to be doing demo work. That's okay, that's fine. You'll bring back any extra packets that you have, right? So Catherine's going now. Did you want me to call and let him know that you're going, or did you already do
I
that?
already told him.
Okay.
Once we be there 15 minutes early.
Okay, do you need the town farm?
Go back through there,
Take that? Okay.
because you missed some.
I cannot make it on the 4th.
What about you, Joe?
So I look like the kind of guy who wants to go to a room full of balloons. Catherine will keep me up to speed.
I like this a lot better. I like this better. It's not as harsh.
Goat.
Oh, you're going to the lawyers? I am.
Okay.
But thanks for asking, Joyce, I appreciate it.
All right,
I
this,
saw the email.
I won't talk about this until everybody else has read the letter.
Okay, I like that one.
I like that one better. I do.
I think it just flows a little bit better and is
Well, and it's not as harsh.
more true to what the sentiment was.
Yes.
We had harsh?
Yes. It was a little bit too harsh, too cold.
and I'll wait till you read it.
Which one?
The letter to the town. I've never had these before, but they're delicious.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
They have coconut in them.
no, these are almonds.
Want to try one before I eat them all? You know, I found out where you get those big boxes of Goody Plenty.
Uh-oh.
At Hanford's. And I like, you get, buy two and you get an extra one for a buck.
Really?
So you feel like it made it to this meeting.
You wouldn't have had to tell me who wrote that. Ouch. I see what you mean.
It's a little harsh.
Yo. To the point, though.
Oh, well, it is.
Concise.
It is, it really is, but it just seemed like it needed a friendlier tone.
You do care,
Yeah, we do.
listen, you do understand,
Right,
and you do appreciate the difference.
Yeah.
we do. You know, I mean, I can sympathize with everything they said, but we have to take into account the whole town, not just a few individuals.
I didn't want it to vary too far from that.
No, I appreciate the way you put it. You just made it seem a little lighthearted and friendly. Before, it was just too stern, too cold. You know, I wasn't interested in beating him with a ruler, you know, it just...
The next thing I want to talk about, what I just handed out, in writing the letter to the fire district commissioners about the Northfield rep to the Lakes Region April Fire Aid, I'll just say Lakes Region from now on, request to the fire commissioners to contact the county to see about if there's any way to change the formula. So I really wanted to delve into this and get a good understanding of what the issues are. And I had tried to explain, just without even looking into it, to one of the members of the Budget Committee in Northfield, that there's no way you can do what you want to do because Tilton's, and it was even stated in the minutes, I think it was Pat said, you just can't as long as our share of that service is paid through the county tax.
County tax,
You just
right.
can't do it. So I just wanted to verify that, and which I did, and that's what this letter is. And what she did, Deb Shackett is the town administrator, the county administrator for Belknap County. She did this calculation showing that if we do the direct bill, this is Tilton's share, $31,790. But because this bill, this $554,037, which is the share of all the Belknap County towns, and there's 35 communities that are in Lakes Region. It just so happens that Belknap's, all the Belknap towns are in it. So the invoice goes to Belknap County, and Belknap County collects it.
Right.
Because it's collected through the county tax, that's why our share is reduced to $27,614. She stated there is no way, there is no accounting transaction you can do to take Tilton's share out. We still end up paying the balance.
Right.
Right.
So I played around with some different formulas to just see what the impact would be. And the effect of removing Tilton's share from the invoice to Belknap County and then direct billing Tilton would increase Tilton's share by $30,206.
If they went direct bill.
Right, if they said, okay, if the Lakes Region Association voted, okay, we're going to pull Tilton out. Because it'd be 34 votes to 1. They could do that.
Right.
That would increase Tilton's share because we'd have our $31,790, because that's our share, You'd have to add the Tilton County tax that we'd have to pay, which would be our share of everybody else's in Belknap County,
Right.
$26,029.
Yep.
The total for Tilton would be $57,119.
Bless you.
Right,
Thank
bless
you.
you.
Okay, so I just want you to know that she verified, and I want to be able to put that in the letter to the fire commissioners that just don't even bother because it isn't going to work.
Right.
The effect of removing Tilton's share from Lakes Region invoice to Belknap County and then combining Tilton and Northfield into one
District,
invoice as a
right,
district.
one, right.
So combining our assessed values, our populations, and whatever, would increase Tilton's share by $35,542.
Right.
The direct bill, combining the two, the bill to the fire district would be $61,844. Then you would take Tilton's 60% share of that, estimated share would be $37,106. Add that county tax, and you come up with the total cost to Tilton of $63,136. I just don't know what they were thinking.
They don't care.
But Selectman Bloom, at the fire commissioners meeting,
Right.
said there would be no impact. It can be done, it should be done, and I really would like the commissioners to look into it. He really believes that there's not going to be a significant impact to the town of Tilton.
He's misinformed, apparently.
No, he's reasoned it out himself and hasn't done what Joyce has done.
Well, he's misinformed himself.
Well-
I'm trying to be nice, Catherine.
Well, just
Don't be.
two more comments I have. The way our
I'm all
current
about being
formula
nice.
is now, Lake Region's current formula, because they use population,
Right.
equalized value, or net assessed value, and
Right.
a fixed fee. Right now, Tilton's share is $31,790.
Right.
Right.
50% of this formula is based on population. We have less population than Northfield. Northfield's share is $33,114.
Right.
They've got more people.
Right.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
So it makes sense.
Except they want the 60%, 30% split. That's all they can think of.
Yeah, but the way it's structured.
They don't care about the way it's structured.
Well,
That's all they've got stuck in their
We
mind.
would never do that to them.
No.
We would never do that to them.
Right.
So the only possibility would be is if, and I don't know how it would happen, and this is where, when that letter that we had gotten from, the copy of the letter from Chief Hayes, where he must have said in that letter 3 times, it's problematic.
Right.
It is, it's problematic.
Northfield's choice, if they don't like it, is to find someone else to dispatch for them.
Right.
True, but it wouldn't be practical.
No,
That isn't-
but that's their choice.
And they
Not
could
to pick on the
increase
town
by-
of Tilton.
No,
because-
and they could increase their services by $35,000 instead of making Tilton's increase by $35,000.
Right.
We're very happy with the dispatch service that we get from Lakes Region
For that amount.
for that amount. I'm very pleased with that. I think there's no reason to change or do
know
anything
what?
else different from that.
I think we should look at the fire district formula. I think it should be more like the school
Region.
formula, that it should be more towards population. That's what I think.
Well, that district.
Why don't we do that?
Do a fixed evaluation of the population.
That's facetious, Joe. Joe, she's
Oh,
being
no, I
facetious.
wasn't.
Yeah, come on.
I wasn't kidding. I'm serious.
Well, the one thing that could happen, because
Oh,
there,
God, I'm
again, there's
getting a headache.
35 members, and each town has a
Another piece of
vote.
chocolate.
All right, so our fire district has 2 votes. We're the only district. That if Lakes Region, if they were to change their bylaws, that they would no longer send the bills to the town,
Right.
so that everybody was direct bills. But that's something they have to do within the organization and see the votes of their, supposedly, their members, their voting members, which are all chiefs, with the exception of Steve Bloom, who's a selectman. I think there may be one other selectman. The name doesn't have a chief next to it. Fire chiefs, but they're acting upon the recommendation of their governing boards.
Well,
So we should send our letter to them to let them know how unfair that would be to the town of Tilton.
Right.
right.
So,
To the
Lakes Region, correct.
Right. We need
Along
to-
with the commissioners,
It
copy
needs
the
to go to the
commissioners.
commissioners, it needs to go to Northfield.
Yep.
But, I mean, that's one option they could do within their organization.
Well, we really need to get that letter out before the next commissioners' meeting.
And I just saw they're doing their budget.
Budget's December 5th, but I believe their commissioners' meeting is like the 14th or something like
How
that.
can they do their budget if they're not in a commissioners' meeting?
They do workshops.
Yep.
Seriously.
I just
Do they make
want them
decisions?
to know that we did our homework.
Well, it's like everything else they do.
Yeah, what's different?
Well, you know, I think we were at that meeting the other night, at the Fire Commissioners meeting, when Mr. Bloom was speaking. And, you know, listening to him, I could kind of a little bit understand the logic of where he was coming from as far as what he'd been doing with his own budget committee. But I think he was drawing his decisions based upon wrong analogies in his mind, because he said to the commissioners that he thought it was more important that the commissioners have a say in what was going on as far as the dispatch, and that they should be heard, and that it wasn't fair to the district not to have good representation at these meetings.
But it's not
like
the district.
I said to him, I said, but wait a minute. First of all, our fire chief is representing both Tilton and the district, and Steve Bloom is representing Northfield, so that everyone would have fair representation. Now, Steve Bloom is going to look out for what's best for Northfield, and our fire chief is looking out for what's best for Tilton. If both people are looking out what's best for their own communities, would that not be what's best for the district?
No, because the district is one whole entity. And
But they're being
that's not-
represented.
But that's not what should take place. Those commissioners, even though there's a commissioner from Tilton, those two commissioners from Tilton, they shouldn't be looking out what's best for Tilton.
No.
Their job
No,
is to
you're
look
right.
out what's best for
They
the
are.
district.
They are.
Our representatives that go to
That's right.
that meeting represent the district,
Not
Yes.
Northfield,
not the
Tilton.
town of Tilton or the
But-
town of
But
Northfield.
this is what I'm saying.
The Lakes Region thinks that it's representing the towns. And the other thing I wanted to draw your attention to,
And we
because
should send them-
their position is, the path to any change really must start with the two communities and the fire district, and I disagree.
Thank you.
No.
I think it has to do with the membership of Lakes Region and
Yes.
their budget.
Right. No,
Well-
I agree 100%, so.
In essence, though, Lakes Region Mutual Aid is saying that they represent, the representative from Tilton happens to be the chief.
Right.
Happens to be. The representative from Northfield, they're treating it as a towns.
Right.
They're not treating it as a district.
Right.
So how can we turn around and say, you, because you're in Northfield, you have to look out to the best interest of the district in your dispatch, in the Lakes Region Mutual Aid? They're really looking out for Northfield. If they represent Northfield, they should be looking out for Northfield. The chief should be looking out for Tilton. However, our chief looks out for the district, because that comes more naturally to him,
Right.
which is okay for us. Works out for us.
Yes.
But the way this organization is set up is it just recognizes towns.
Right.
Right.
Because they've got 4 or 5 different
Right.
counties.
So that
So it just so
the
happens-
district doesn't exist to Lakes Region.
Doesn't exist to
Right.
them.
Right.
And
And that's why you have one from Northfield, one from...
Right.
Well,
Tilton.
let's get the letter off to them.
Yep.
When will you have it ready for our signatures?
by the end of the day tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and then we're still having our public hearing on the...
Yes.
Yep.
We need to talk about it a little bit, so it's on record. We haven't said anything about it yet.
Now, I haven't received anything from Concom or the planning board yet, is that...
I asked Eliza and Gus both to make sure that they put the detail in their minutes and to forward you a copy of them when they had them.
So we'll have those for next public hearing.
Yeah. You should.
Okay. The Silver Lake Road Safety Audit, finally.
Really?
Yes.
New Hampshire DOT has contracted with VHB to conduct the road safety audit of the intersection of Route 3 at Silver Lake Road. They're requesting to conduct the audit with the participation of municipal officials the week of December 3rd, which is next week. Typical meeting format is pre-meeting, opportunity for municipal officials to discuss specific intersection concerns, safety observations, and accident history. Site visit, New Hampshire DOT and consulting engineers conduct audit at intersections. Municipal officials are welcome but not required to attend. Post-meeting, reconvene indoors to review audit results and discuss potential solutions. Can you identify a date that would work best for Tilton officials knowledgeable about the intersection, selectmen, police, fire, highway, and provide meeting space? Please let me know soon if this time frame works so DOT can confirm with the consultants. If next week is bad, we can move it out, and I can just say they're booked.
I can do Monday afternoon, we can do
Monday,
it.
Tuesday, and Wednesday, right now, I'm clear.
We can do it right at the senior center.
About Wednesday, because that would give him some time to contact.
I'm good.
All right, so
How about you,
Wednesday
Chief?
afternoon?
Or actually, Lieutenant Paulus is fairly well versed on this. He's been in touch with some of the residents in that area and been to a meeting with Ray Burton that was held at one of their houses.
Talking on the 5th?
Yes.
The 5th, and then
We're finding out right now.
Afternoon?
that seems to be the consensus.
After lunch?
Well, they're not going to meet at lunchtime anyway, so.
Then
I'm
we'll
at-
after 1.
I'm at the senior center till 1, so I can just keep the senior center open.
Bless you.
Thank you very much.
So 1 o'clock?
At the senior center?
All right, I will contact Mike Izzard and get back to everybody.
Senior center, is that what he said we were doing this?
Well, she's got to confirm it.
But tentatively. Yeah?
I think that's where, I can,
Let's start out.
I think that's closer to than Town Hall, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it
Yeah, it
is.
would be.
Yeah, buddy.
This is the revised.
And we can make coffee.
I can see him going back to District
Clean
3.
water? With clean water?
With clean water.
This is what goes, this is a revised appendix that will go in the employee manual. One's for the employee manual, one's for the collective bargaining. And Catherine, you and I need to make an appointment to sit down and talk about the...
I'll be here tomorrow. I know I'm not usually, but I'll be here tomorrow.
And I'll be here in the afternoon. I have an appointment in the morning. So I thought I had enough. Mine's all written on. I'll be...
Here, I'll get one tomorrow.
Yep. We made that attached to something we were just reading to us, right here. And then the same thing.
Oh, okay, that's your call.
No, that's the FYI one.
No, go ahead, take that. I'll get one.
We
can make a copy right there.
Okay. But this is the one I've been using since 2008, so every year if there's any changes, I keep notes. And as you know, last year we had to show how we have to do the first 6 months out of the year. For the union, it's a certain percentage, and then it increases the second 6 months. So it's kind of convoluted and complicated, but I have to double check all my figures. And we're showing the new SOS plan. And then what the employees' annual amount is for premium copay, and what their weekly copay is over 50. So that's for you to put in your personnel policy. And I think that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we'll talk about the public hearing, which is the...
Okay, on the public hearing, we have two tonight. one on the, which seems kind of silly now, but Vest Pocket Park, which we're required to have 2 public hearings, but in the meantime, I found out that the state has already signed the deed and got it recorded, so we do own it. But to follow the RSAs, we're having the public hearing on it. So I did meet with the Conservation Commission on the 19th, and this past Tuesday night, I spoke with the Planning Board. Absolutely no one had any objections whatsoever. They all felt that the Vest Pocket Park should belong to the town. We're the ones maintaining it, and they were very happy to hear that that oversight from years ago had been rectified. And they all were very appreciative to the state for taking the action that they did. As far as the other public hearing, which is on giving John Bernard a small easement at the back of the Grange property, and I was able to show them this drawing. I don't know if you guys can see it or not, just kind of showing where he's coming back up at that corner, across the corner of our property. And at first, when I first spoke with the Conservation Commission, there were a few concerns until they realized that the bulk of the sidewalk would go where the drop-off is, and it would be really on their property, and it wasn't until they got over to this corner that they were really affected. I thought that the discussion that I had with the conservation people was very informative. We discussed and they brought up different issues, such as, has he considered using pervious surface, or is he going to use asphalt, or, is there any provisions if, say, the property is sold? I mean, we went over the conditions in the easement and everything, so they understood that. But so that it could be removed if the easement were ever removed. And anyway, they brought up some interesting things, and I made notes, and I told them that they were certainly things that, would be worth talking about. And their primary thing was the fact that if, the easement were to go away, what was left on the town property be an issue to the town? And, once they saw how little of the property was really being affected, they had no objections. I presented the same plan to the Planning Board, and they really had no issues with it. Most of the board members, or I would say half of the board members present at our discussion, had been out at the site when we discussed what was going to happen, so they were pretty well familiar with where the walkway was going to be and stuff, and they really did not have any objections. One thing that I did get when I was talking to the Conservation Commission, sorry for flitting back and forth, but a thought just came to mind, was with the Vest Pocket Park. Bob Hardy had mentioned to me that now that it's back in the town, that it is in the town's name, that the town needs to give consideration to the fact that he feels strongly that the spruce tree that is in Vest Pocket Park is very quickly getting too big to move, and it's going to overgrow its site, because of the type of tree that it is. And that, so he thought maybe if it was still movable, we could move it to another location where it would have the freedom to grow and be as big as it wants to be. And he did say, and he said, in what would really be nice if we pulled spruce out would be to move the statue over to about where the spruce tree is, so that more people would see it and enjoy it. Because right now it kind of hides against that wall and it's not that noticeable. And I told him, I said, well, it seems like a really good idea. I mean, I didn't see why it would be. And I said, well, I would certainly mention it. So anyway, I thought it was a good idea, and really what they're trying to do is just to put it in a position where it could be more enjoyed, it would be more noticeable to people. So anyway, that was basically my trips to see both the boards. Yes?
If the town takes possession of Vest Pocket Park, wouldn't the natural assumption be that the park would go to the Parks Commission?
They asked me that very question, and I said, I'm assuming, and I said, but this is not a board vote. I said, I am assuming we took control of the park because we found out we did not own it. But now that the ownership is back with the town, or it is with the town, that, unless there was something that I was not considering with the Board of Selectmen, the chances were that the control of that park would be given back to the park commissioners.
That would be the assumption. Now, am I correct in assuming that, well, no, I'm not even going to assume anything. I'm going to ask outright, who would have the authority to move those statues?
The town of Tilton.
It's our statute, the town of Tilton.
Yes.
Well, would that be the Parks Commission town of Tilton, or the Conservation Commission town of Tilton, or the Board of Selectmen town of Tilton? Who has the authority is my question.
Right now, at this moment, the Board of Selectmen.
Yes.
For every statue that we have. Is that correct?
Well, it's the only one we have in a park.
Right.
That's true, but we have one in that park, and we have one over here.
What park?
We don't have one in that park.
Oh, no, it's just the pedestal, isn't it?
Right.
Oh, I was talking about the one outside the park. I take it back.
Oh, Timetable Mabel?
Mabel, sure, there you go. Or this one right over there, Conservation Commission couldn't move that, right?
What about the one at the high school?
So,
Is that ours?
That's ours.
Yeah.
That's the entrance to what used to be Buffalo Park. That used to be the entrance to Buffalo Park.
okay, so I'm just curious. There was talk about the spruce tree and whatever, and if the Parks Department decided to move the spruce tree, that would be one thing. It's a tree, they're the parks people, but the statues, I just wanted to make sure that people couldn't haphazardly move the statues.
They don't have the authority right now to move the tree. If we gave them Best Pocket Park and said, you've got Best Pocket Park now under your control, they can move the tree and the statue.
Right.
But if we
There
make
we
a-
get to the crux of my thing.
If we make a decision on the tree ourselves and the statue, then we can give it back to them and say, we're going to give you the authority to manage this park. However, the Board of Selectmen don't want the tree moved and let it outgrow its place, or, yes, move the tree, or the Board of
touch the
Selectmen don't
statue.
want you to move the statue.
Right.
The Board of Selectmen will take care of moving the statue.
There you go.
Or move the statue. That's our purview.
Right.
Here's my question.
Because we grant them their authority.
Right.
The RSA allows
Don't move
us
the statue. I just wanted
to grant
make
it
sure
to
that
them.
we had the
Couldn't take
final
it away.
authority on it.
So I guess what I'm saying to you is the discussions went very well. That was the talk I had with Bob Hardy, and I use his name because he's also on the Conservation Commission, so he happened to be there. And, I told him that I would certainly let the Board of Selectmen know, and that, if it's such time we wish to vote on it, then that's what we would do, is put the park back in their purview. Because we didn't take it away from them because they weren't caring well for it. We didn't have it, so it wasn't theirs to manage when we
I was
found
at the
out.
Parks Commission meeting, and they had taken out Vest Pocket Park from their budget, and I suggested to them that it may well come back to them. I didn't know it for a
Right.
fact, but if they didn't put it in their budget, then maybe they were missing the boat, and I think they added it back in.
So anyway, so you know what I know, and the candid opinions that I got from all of them, and I thought that the whole conversation was quite good. And I guess the only other thing that came up for discussion, which I said I would mention to the board, is, and I know we probably can't talk about it in great detail right now, but the Conservation Commission wanted to know if they could have some kind of updated information on how things were going with what we talked about earlier. So, when we had our visitor come and discuss things with us.
That's attorney-client privilege information.
Yes. But anyway, they wanted to know about updates, and I told them that I wasn't at liberty to say much of anything because it had all been in non-public, and that all I could really say was just in generalities, but nothing of any detail. And they just said, "So things are moving along?" And I said, "So things are moving along."
Things are things.
And that was the basis of that conversation. But I told them I would bring it up and that let the board know that they were asking about how things were moving along.
Oh, I just sent that to you, Joyce, and it came.
And if there was anything, or if they could be filled in on any kind of detail or not. Okay? All right, so I think I've told you all I know from that aspect. But I was very happy. I got some very good comments, and we had quite a nice conversation about it. And I appreciate all the commissioners for all their suggestions, and the planning board.
So does that mean that I know we need to have another Best Pocket Park public hearing? Is that?
No, we have to have
We're
two.
required to have two.
Like I said, I know we need to have another public hearing for Best Pocket Park.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry.
However, do we need to do that for the easement issue as well?
December 13th.
Okay, then.
On December 13th will be the second one. But we've already visited, and by then we will have the minutes of those meetings.
We're required to get conservation and planning board
Yeah,
input,
that part I understand.
That's all-
I just
that's all
wasn't
done.
clear about the two.
and we can vote on the 13th, correct?
Oh, I thought,
So-
oh no, it's the easement, we have to wait 5 days.
Right.
According to, we can't.
Yes.
The easement for John Bernard, we have to wait 5 days after the last public hearing.
No.
No?
No, we can vote that same night.
I thought it was.
You're supposed to.
Sooner than 10 and no later than 14.
You're supposed to take time to deliberate on the input.
Right, but I,
To take in all the public
I thought-
comments.
Very heated comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, very heated.
I thought, sure, that part of that email we got said 5 additional days.
Standing room only.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to stand up. Plenty of room.
So is there any more comments, concerns, or additional
Public hearing
information on the
issues?
public hearing? Then I will officially close the public hearing on West Pocket Park and the easement between John Bernard and the town of Tilton. We will have our second public hearing on December 13th at 6 PM.
Moving right
Okay.
along.
What?
We're moving right along.
Moving right along, I just have one thing, and for the sake of the time, and we've been here all day, I just have one announcement, and that is that, actually two. The Senior Center has their second Christmas fair on December 1st.
Yeah.
I believe it's 10 to 3, I believe.
Sooner than 7 days.
They're looking for baked goods.
Yep.
If anybody can drop off baked goods to Emily LaPlante, that would be great. Either Friday evening or Saturday morning, that would be wonderful.
Can I go to the bakery? My whole
Oh, that's fine.
shot.
So,
I mean, I want to make stuff, but
the other thing, I just, real quickly, I don't want this to be a dragged-out issue, but the outbuilding, we have an opportunity to put in a floor. We need some manpower to help with that because, as you know, we had manpower last year that we don't have this year. And so what we're trying to do, there's two things we want to accomplish. We need more storage space in the middle outbuilding storage unit. We would like to put a floor in, and that would give us storage space for the senior center itself. The third bay is our medical equipment, and that's pretty chock-a-block full, and it's in and out for medical equipment. The smaller of the three bays, I would like to entertain this thought that we put the floor in because we're getting some wood, and if we get volunteers to help put the floor in, we certainly have the brains but not the bodies, you know what I mean? I'd like to entertain the thought of allowing the TNS Christmas to store their things in that compartment because if in fact we do
no longer have Business Park Drive at some point in time, they will need a storage space for the future, and that would be...
Rodent-proof it, would we not?
Putting in a floor and doing the surrounding would pretty much rodent-proof it. It's the floor
Concrete floor?
that's coming up.
Is it concrete floor?
No, it's a wood floor. It's very... The other one, we don't have any rodents in it at all.
Putting a wood floor in the shed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's...
You just set the wood on the ground?
No, it's got beams on the ground now.
So what do the beams sit on?
Ground.
Beams have been on the ground now for almost 100 years.
Or rocks, I can't imagine they're on the ground, they've been rotted long ago.
Yes, they would have.
They're in the ground.
No, they can't be.
I'm telling you,
Probably
they
soaked in
are.
oil.
They must be.
They're about 6 feet apart, so we have to put joists in order to do
They still must be
pressure-treated.
rotten if they're touching.
We'll
the
be sitting on pressure-treated joists, actually. So, does everybody, is that okay with using that space for,
I think that's a fine.
I think if you have room, that's great.
Excellent.
okay.
Can I make this announcement from
They
Heather?
can't saw
So,
straight pound a nail. I
We're
know
looking,
what
if
it's-
anybody's listening, if anybody knows how to use a nailer, and
I come over and flip burgers for lunch, but
What are you trying to say?
we need help. We donated help,
Do you want,
because we can't afford to pay.
do you want me to come up and help you?
Yeah,
Okay.
we get the wood, yep. My cousin's gonna work on getting the wood.
hey, I'll do something, but
Can I just make this announcement? I just have two things to say.
MasterCard. He
All right, I'm just giving this announcement to the public for the Welfare Department. Heather would like everyone to know that we now have trees up with tags on them at Polly's Diner Restaurant, at the Tilton Diner, at the Tilton House of Pizza, at Walmart, and at Home Depot, and there's a mitten tree at the Senior Center. And if anyone wants to stop by and take some tags off and buy gifts, you can put the gifts unwrapped with the tag back in the big boxes at these different locations, and the Elvis will come by and pick them up and take care of wrapping them and making sure that the kids get them. And also, Heather would like everyone to know that those people who are filling out an application for the Christmas, that all applications close on December 7th. So if you are looking for, this, then you need to have your application in by December the 7th. My only other thing I need to say is the chairman of the planning board has asked me to let the selectmen know that they have a wonderful group for the CIP committee, and they're raring to go, but they have not received any applications at all. And so if we don't get any applications, there's nothing we can do. So you can't have CIP...
Applications for committee meeting members?
No, not for committee members. This is applications for monies to have, for the impact fees, so that we have CIPs, so that we have CIPs that we can have the people vote on in March, and then we can start charging impact fees for whatever is accepted. But we have to have applications that we can work on.
Joyce,
And
can you find the time to sit down with the chief and Dennis and help them with that process? I've talked to Dennis, and he says that he submitted something to them, but obviously...
The same thing he'd given the selectmen last fall,
yeah,
which was his road plan, his sidewalk plan.
Yeah.
Why isn't that considered?
well, they want to know what he wants. He just gave the whole mess to him.
It's sort of like a grant for the roof, Catherine.
Can you help him, Joyce? Thank you.
So,
Chief?
That radio one, I just want to resubmit that.
okay, well,
But we still need it.
What about bulletproof vests?
things
Remember,
like that.
this is, think future.
Yes.
This is money set aside for future needs. We just did those, 2-3 years ago?
Yeah, we could.
And they're good for what, 5 years?
Still? Is it 40? I have to hit with the bet.
We can make it.
Yeah.
I'll do it. I'll put it.
Bicycle? Four-wheeler?
Six-wheel.
Up Belknap Mountain,
Six-wheeler.
Okay.
No, I'm just
When are we going to go to Belknap?
But, we're running out of time because
He doesn't have to say,
Only if somebody gets
you know,
lost in the
bulletproof
woods.
vest, he could say equipment.
I'm just thinking of
It's
toys.
got to be pretty specific. The CIP thing is all based on pretty specific items. Now, there might be a way to keep it,
Safety equipment.
yes, but it
They have
does
to
have...
relate to businesses, how we're having the businesses that increase the need for these services pay for directly for their stuff, work on
Not a
their
server.
road, or it's that kind of thing.
Is that part of it?
Trying to think of how that would relate to a business coming in.
Bulletproof vest, for instance,
Yeah.
that might not have a direct correlation. There are rules.
Right.
And I can't tell you what would fit in it right offhand.
How they communicate.
I don't think,
Oh, we could certainly look into it.
Yeah, that would be the
Yeah.
direct communication.
But anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say to everyone is we're running out of time. We're going to have to be having public hearings here before too long, and if we don't have anything, then it's going to have to wait a whole nother year. Okay, I'm done.
Great. Okay, Catherine?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. Al?
Good for today.
Okay. Joseph?
There's so much junk rattling around in my head, I can't even sort it out specifically. I do have 3 questions. Number 1, Reardon Construction and the installation of plumbing at the senior center. Can you tell me where that money comes from? What line does that come from?
Ask that question again?
There's an expenditure for installation of water from the hookup to the senior center, and then well to...
The selectmen opted to take that out of the building and maintenance fund. General business maintenance fund here.
I didn't, well, maybe I just didn't realize how much it was going to be. I was a little taken aback. Second question is...
Voted on.
Wait a minute. How much was it, Joe?
For $1,800?
Yeah.
I don't recall that number.
It was $1,400 to hook up, and then $400 to put a spigot to keep the well going if you wanted to use the well.
I remember talking about the spigot for the hose and using the well in car washes and so forth. The $1,800 part went right into the black hole that is my seat. My second question is, Ms. Fullwiler, you got a dental coverage and rates thing here. It says we should sign it.
Oh, I forgot to
Is that true?
mention this.
That's our contract with the local government center.
To provide the services that you explained earlier?
Yes.
Okay,
Health and dental.
good enough. And the last one is the sewer commission stipends. We have a independently elected sewer commission that raises and sets their own fees and rates. Why don't they pay themselves?
That's why I didn't sign it.
No, it comes out of their budget.
But but there's a thing here that we're authorizing them to set their own stipend?
No, I mean, that's their amount. It's just, we're authorizing us to process it through our payroll.
Okay.
I never understood that.
It'll only cost them more money if they have their own payroll.
Right.
We already have a payroll, it's just a little
Or they
add-on.
send the sewer department a bill for everything.
Oh, okay.
Right.
In that case,
But I
can
never
understand.
understood who set the stipend.
They said it.
They set it.
It's their own money. They set it.
Okay.
It just funnels through us.
Right, all we're doing is paying,
We're saving money for the townspeople.
and they pay us back.
He's got another
Oh,
question.
this is the one I can sign anywhere I want.
Are you all set
Yes.
on yours, Joe? All right,
Okay,
Cindy
I
has
just
one more.
have-
I do too.
Oh, okay.
This is like an FYI.
I just wanted to bring you up to date. I'm sure you all saw the email from the Girl Scout leader, Leah Dutton. Anyway, I spoke with the chief earlier, and he did talk to her on the phone, and he and Dickie Paulus are going to go up there with a couple of explorers and see how she's making out. And if there's not an issue up there, then, they're fine with it. But if she does have traffic issues, then they know that they're going to have the chief will assign a detail. So he's going to give them the opportunity to see how it goes. And if need be, then she understands, and she seemed most appreciative that they were at least being considerate and thinking about her, but she does realize that it could still come out that she would need a detail. So, anyway, I just wanted to let you know, I was going to send her an email, let her know that I had the understanding she had spoken with the chief, and that, what?
I strongly disagree with everything she's saying. She's gonna need a detail. They're not gonna be able to handle it without a detail. I appreciate what the chief did, but
Well,
mess without anybody up there, especially anybody without lights.
But the thing of it is they have not advertised, and it is not advertised and promoted the same way that the winter fair was. But it will be the chief's decision. They're going to go up right away, and they're going to be able to see within the first hour, really, after it's open, whether or not a detail is necessary.
That's gonna be a 2-day thing.
No.
It's gonna be every weekend for...
No, I'm talking about the Girl Scouts.
Oh,
One day.
I thought you were talking about the
One
farmer's
day,
market.
this Saturday.
Oh, one day, this Saturday, that's all.
I thought you were talking about the farmer's market.
No, I'm talking
any
about
of
the
it
Girl
to be signed.
Scouts.
Tired out.
But that one there just...
Yeah, it's only been here a couple days.
No, I read it.
Okay.
I just didn't get a...
You're off tomorrow.
Now, I have, before we go home, I have 2 requests for...
Sorry, Sandy.
All right, well, I'm looking at you like, why?
Of that whole building,
Go ahead.
one item that I do have is a request for a beer vendor at that location.
That's for the winter.
Yeah. I know
They
it's
have
not-
wine. Last year, they had wine.
They're selling glasses of wine.
No, you have to take it
I
home.
shouldn't sign this.
You don't open it there, you buy it and take it home.
That's what
No.
Adele said.
Pat, we already processed that.
Yeah, Bill's is all processed. It would just be the other one.
You don't, no, I'm not signing that.
When I saw a vendor, I immediately thought about somebody pouring beer.
No, it's home brew that they're gonna sell, bottled, and you take it home to drink it.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a big setup.
Okay, everybody,
You didn't sign it?
let's pay attention.
no, I was at the mediation. but
Okay,
Adele told
go
me
ahead.
not to.
Okay.
At my health officers conference, one of the things they brought up, this House Bill 514 was sponsored by a representative out of Chichester. And I bring it up because it affects selectmen, assessors, everybody. And this is the bill relative to entry on private land and establishing a committee to study issues relating to entry on private land. It was adopted last year, and it had changed. When the bill first came out, it excluded everyone from entering private land without getting written permission first.
Assessors and everybody?
Everyone. Except police and medical emergency personnel. When it's passed, it is aimed at the Conservation Commission. My understanding was at that meeting I went to, is that he's going to resubmit this because he really wants it to include everybody.
Police and everybody?
So for example, that issue I had with the brook down through Quinn's and White Rock, I would have had to have gotten
that top one, right there.
permission from the 2 property owners, the 2 parks, before I could have acted on anything.
You can't actually walk in the water?
No, the brook is owned privately.
No water's owned.
That brook is owned privately, it's on private property.
Isn't the water in state water?
No, state waters are rivers, certain class of rivers, ponds and
Oh,
lakes.
so river is bigger than Brooks.
Oh, yeah, then there's certain classes.
Who's the idiot that thought of this?
Okay, well,
So I'm
What's
just telling
the
everybody,
meaning?
Kenneth Weiler, so it's something we really, really want to keep our eyes on. And Joyce, can you help us to track this if he resubmits it? 514.
we should talk to our representatives, Mr. Raymond and Mr., what's his name? Fields, yeah. Mrs. Fields' husband.
So I just wanted you to let you know that that's out there, and
efficiency of the
Booming. He was reelected. I was hoping he wouldn't be. I was. He has a personal vendetta. It's a known fact.
I think we should still mention to him our concerns.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
And let him develop a record.
maybe he can help track it too.
I have a request for paid time off, and it involves talking about the circumstances, so I would really like to go into non-public.
You didn't sign this.
According to
Very quickly.
91A,
91A,
colon 3.
personnel.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Yeah. Joe didn't sign this one.
I would like to make a motion to seal the minutes of the non-public session as they pertain to personnel for now and forever.
Second.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Oh, yes.
Aye.
I'd like to make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
It's non-debatable.
Debatable.
Aye.
Lord sakes.
Happy December, everyone.
God bless America.